Hello and good morning, everyone. I hope you're feeling amazing and refreshed after yesterday's talks. And today we're back at Paulana on the second day of the Checkmk Conference 11. I hope you're ready for all of the exciting talks we have prepared for today and all the know-how our guest speakers will share. So here's the list of talks that we will hear before the coffee break. First, it's Paulo Santana from ABB will share about how he's writing Checkmk extensions with AI. He's actually preparing to do the talk right now. Then we'll have Andreas Döhler from Bechtle. You know Andreas. He will tell us more about monitoring service via Redfish. Then Andreas Decker from ComNet will give a talk. It's always DNS. Let's turn to the stage now.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice evening. Thank you. I'm also happy that I made it after yesterday evening, and it was very nice to see the really positive atmosphere, the positive feedback which we got. It's very nice to hear from you when you tell us this is actually the right thing what we're doing. And so I hope we can continue with this energy today. And we actually start with a speaker who typically comes from very far away. Yeah, and to kick it off, it's a lightning talk. So it's a short talk where someone gives a brief overview of a topic and try to give you some inspiration on something. And for that, we have someone truly special, Paulo. And Paulo is probably the biggest Checkmk fan in South America. He travels all the way from Brazil to here. I think it's your third time here now. Fourth time he traveled all the way from Brazil here. And he's here to share you something about AI stuff, right? So we need to have one AI talk. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Paulo.
Perfect. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Paulo Santana. I work at ABB as Infrastructure Monitoring SME. And today I want to share with you my journey on creating an extension for Checkmk using AI. So to get started, perfect. I want to cover a bit of the problems that I faced when I started that maybe some of you already faced. So the first thing, we want to monitor everything with Checkmk without doing many effort. We want to do a lot of customization. We want to do everything natively. And sometimes we have a specific use case, maybe a legacy device, maybe a new integration that appears from nowhere that we need to make it work. And we can wait. So the first thing that we tend to do is go to Exchange, get an example, do some changes, and see if it works. But sometimes finding the right example or finding the right examples is not that easy, right? Then we go to the docs, and then we felt overwhelmed because there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of things that you need to understand, and it gets too complex, at least for me. Then what ends up happening is that we have an extension that's not fully, that does not contain everything that it should contain, right? Because in the end, to have something work in Checkmk, you can create your local check that you deliver what you need. And you can also have active check, receive your arguments as standard rule set in Checkmk, and get it working. So if you go to the forum, you might notice that I might not be the only one. From time to time, we have people in the forum asking for assistance to create extensions for Checkmk. So maybe some guy stops at the beginning, some guy stops at our advanced stage, but it's something that happens. So what I decided to do, I decided to create my own extension. I decided to spend some time, see how AI could help me on that, and create something functional, something that will have the proper rule set, the proper manual, and something that I could share with others. So the starting point, the starting brick, was the check plugin, the monitoring script that you receive an argument and generate the output in a way that Checkmk could understand, right? So I used AI for that, and here the script working. Then I moved to the rule set and the server-side call. That was the most complex part for me. To assist on that, I downloaded several examples from Checkmk Exchange. I read them. I get some assistance in the forum to do the manual because I was not able to find good assistance on that. And I was able to get something working. Then when asking AI to create the code that I needed, I also asked it to include documentation, information that could be useful for anyone else that would look at that code later, and even AI. Then I got everything together, created my MKP, added to Exchange, and I was very happy. I was very happy that it worked. Now let's get to the environment that I used to work on that. So the first thing, I started using a VM on VirtualBox. A lot of people use that approach. Then I switched to Docker Desktop. So the same environment, but in a much easier way. Also, to develop the scripts, I started using VS Code with Copilot and DevSSH. Then I switched to Cursor, plus Cloud, and Dev Containers. This part was a game changer for me, because I saved a lot of time in setting up the environment and get everything together. Then I covered the container. I covered the environment part. I also have Checkmk running. I have Checkmk running with my extension starter pack on it. And now we are going finally to cover a use case. For the use case, we're going to connect to a tool that I really like that is called Apache Guacamole. And Apache Guacamole is a web-based client for several protocols. And for this use case, we're going to connect to Apache Guacamole API and retrieve the amount of active sessions. Here is Apache Guacamole working, right? So we have a web browser, we have a SSH session connected to itself. Here we have the location where I can find that info. So in the settings page, I have the active sessions that are running. So at this moment, I have only one. And now we're going to do the demo. The first demo is basically creating the folder structure in Checkmk server. So we're providing the prompt, and it's doing the actions in the server, right? In Cursor, there's an option called agent mode that it can do actions in your server. So folder structure created. Now let's create the monitoring scripts. I'm providing the prompt, explaining how it should look like, the arguments that we're going to expect. And here we can see that the number of active sessions is 0. Now let's go to the rule set. For the rule set, I'm providing a template to act as a guidance to the AI. Okay? So create this, use this as a reference, do it. And in the prompt, I'm also informing where the script needs to be placed. Okay? Now we're going to create the server-side call. For the server-side call, I'm providing 2 files as a reference. One is the rule set, and the other is a server-side call, because they need to be tied together. Okay? And restarting Apache. Done. Now we're going to do the demo. So here is my new rule set. I'm creating a rule. I'm providing the parameters, applying the changes. So no sessions at all, starting a session, and then the numbers switch from 0 to 1. It worked. And now the lessons that I learned during the process, right? I struggled a lot to have something functional. And the first thing was, don't try to build everything at once, because if you build something that works, when you try to build something together, it might break the first thing, and then you don't have anything at all. Try to document everything. When I was looking for examples, I found some code without any references in the documentation, and it was very hard to understand what it was doing. So try to add as many comments and information as possible. Regarding context, it's very important to be clear, to provide as many information as you can in AI. Because if you ask it to create your code without any context, it will create code that seems to work, but it might not work because you didn't provide the full picture to it. And he is not going to admit that he doesn't know to do what you want to do, right? So try to be very clear, try to provide as much context as you can. And the last thing, sometimes it's best to start over. So destroy everything, start a new chat, go get some coffee, I don't know, and start again. Because sometimes it gets too messy, and it's better to start over. And I believe that I covered almost everything that I was planning. thank you for your time and attention. All prompts that I use during this presentation, everything that I use in my environment, in my my journey, you will find in GitHub. If you go to this, use this QR code, you are going to be redirected to Exchange, and then you will be able to replicate everything that I did here. I use a minimal extension for this presentation, but I also have an extension for metrics. I also have an extension with contain all-in-one examples that you can find. So you could select the best one and play around with it. OK? And for questions, you can go to Slido and ask me whatever you want. OK? Thank you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Paulo. There are no questions yet, so maybe everybody taking out your mobile, scanning the QR code again and log in. But maybe Martin has a question, I don't know.
But I have some comments to bring. So there are people that are already using this approach to developing extensions. And there are a lot of use cases that you can make out of it. So I use my own chatbot for that. I use a cursor chatbot for that. But you could create your own chatbot, providing the context that I used, and have something that adapts to your needs, right? So that's something that is very useful.
We have a first question for you, Paulo. Without having looked at the Git, did you train your own AI instance?
Sorry?
Without looking at the Git that you provide, did you train your own AI instance?
No, no. I use the one that's available in Cursor. Right? And the whole context that I used was my own extension, because it contains all the scripts contain the context that can be used by AI to understand what it's doing.
There's another question. Which AI coding tool worked the best for you and which didn't?
So Cursor was the best one. I started using Copilot, but I had to do a lot of fixes in the generated code. Right? And with Cursor, I believe that after 1 or 2 changes, I was able to get something working. Okay.
Then there's a question about the authentication. Did you use the password manager from Checkmk, or did you handle the authentication in a different way?
Oh, that was tricky, because at first I provided the password as like a string, a normal string, and then I was able to get some more examples, more information, and then I was able to use the Checkmk password store for that. And for authentication purposes, I created an extension only to deal with authentication, because usually people need to do this type of thing in their own extensions. But I'm planning to release also a spatial agent version, a notifications version, and also other things that appear. Okay. And the idea of the extension starter pack is to get started very fast, right? Because if you go to the docs, you might find a hello world or something like that, and you might need one password, you might need other stuff. So that's the goal.
All right. Thank you, Paulo. You will be around, so anybody interested, try to find Paulo, have a chat about it. Many thanks for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Paulo, I actually have bad news for you. Typically, Paulo is the person who comes from the farthest away. But now we have one person this time who came actually from even further away, and that's Hiroku, who flew all the way in from Japan to come to the Checkmk Conference and who worked on Monday to finish up the documentation in Japanese. because now you can actually also use Checkmk documentation in Japanese. So thanks, Hiroko. I think you're somewhere back there. It's crazy to see all the work that you put into Checkmk as well from that perspective. So it's nice to see the Checkmk community growing on a global scale. And now we come from our biggest fan to our biggest contributor. And Andreas has been one of the cornerstones of our Checkmk community. When I joined, he was the person who answered every mail in the mailing list, who answered everything in the forum faster than anyone else. And at some point, I was very worried because he stopped answering so quickly in the forum and he was not so active anymore. But he actually turned his energy, he's still very active in the forum, towards contributing code to Checkmk. And that's quite fantastic because he has become one of the biggest contributors of code for Checkmk in the last years and has done a lot of extensions, a lot of major improvements. And it's really cool to see that because he brings a lot of the knowledge from the field into Checkmk and is really interested in pushing Checkmk forward. And for that, let's give a big round of applause for Andreas, who will show off the newest thing which he developed for Checkmk.
Hello and good morning from my side also. I will speak in my talk about my journey with the extension for Redfish and the development of this extension and what you can do with the Redfish extension in Checkmk. First, we will start a little bit about information about myself and the company I work for. I'm now at Bechtle since over 25 years, and with monitoring, I started, if you want to say it so, already at 99. It's a first year at Bechtle, but the real monitoring journey started then later with our own Nagios implementation settings, and then over Checkmk to this what we do now, as all the monitoring is done with Checkmk in our sites. And as we are Bechtle, do a full service provider for our customers, we also develop our own extension for the needs for our customers. And I think some of you already use or know the extension like the NetApp E-Series from Andre, or the Cisco Meraki monitoring, or the network topology from Thomas, also known from the forum. From my side, I already contributed with the Nutanix extension, now Redfish, and the next project is then what you see here in the slide, the Hyper-V, and we will hope that we can finish this over the next year then. Redfish, what is it? It's a standard defined from the DMDF forum. That's a forum combining the leading industrial companies in the IT industry, and it was built for managing the hybrid converged IT from today in big data centers. And it was built as a replacement for the older IPMI over LAN, for the security needs, and also for the performance needs what they had, or what you can do, as IPMI is limited to not all the possible usage what you need in your environment. At the start, it was only for managing servers, but over time, it evolved from servers to power distribution units. Now the latest additions are the CDU, the cooling devices, that you can manage the complete infrastructure in your data center with the same protocol or the same standard. And that's, I think, a game changer to before, where you had Modbus, some APIs, some proprietary standards, and now you have one protocol for all your environment or for all your devices in the data center. What helps in a very big way is the tooling that's provided from DMDF. And here it's only an overview of the tooling or tool chain what you have available. There you have some tool like the mockup creator. That's also for myself was the most important tool, as I can get a complete dump of one of the from one Redfish interface, and with the included simulator, I can replay this dump or use the dump for the development usage, for my dev work, then for the Redfish implementation in Checkmk. What's also nice, if you have not all systems live available to make such dumps, the DMDF also provides predefined dumps for standard devices like rack-mounted servers, plate systems, and so on. Now we will take a look at the implementation of Redfish inside Checkmk and what you can do with it. The first start you see, it was nearly 10 years ago in 2016. HPE introduced inside her ILO 4 interfaces the first implementation of Redfish. And what you see also, already the first implementation gave nearly all the information what you need for monitoring of hardware systems, like CPU, fans, memory, and so on. And what you also see over the years, the available agents in my repository extended for every new customer what I had with Lenovo or Dell. I built a own agent, and I must maintain every agent for every brand. And that was later very time consuming. And so I was thinking about building my own Redfish generic agent that can monitor all the vendors outside. Mostly in our case, it was Dell and HPE, but I had also some Lenovo or Fujitsu customers. And so in 2022, I built the first version of this, what we have now included in Checkmk. The vendors what are supported by the agents are normally all the vendors that support the standard, but tested, I had it until now with this, what you see on the slides, like Cisco, Intel, Lenovo, Dell. There are some missing, like Huawei also, but it's also working with their equipment. And we have also vendors like Raritan that don't build servers, but the power distribution equipment. And I must say, that was the first manufacturer that had a real good implementation of this standard in his PDU equipment. Supermicro, it's widely used, but they are, I say, the worst implementation what I had, and also until now. So you must pay a little bit attention if you have such systems, if it's working like it should. The agent itself consists at the moment from two agents. One agent for generic server infrastructure, like plates and rack servers, and one agent for the PDU equipment. Why two? As PDU equipment, data structure is completely different from the data structure what you have in the generic server environment. And what you see here, as I wrote it as a missing agent, is the CDU equipment. Until now, I have no chance to get my hands on some of the CDU equipment that I can build an agent. If someone here inside the room is using some coolant devices that are supporting Redfish, then please reach out to me. Then we can also implement this, and then we have a third agent for coolant devices, what should be or would be a nice addition to the system. The second part in all the normal checks that are like checks you know in every Checkmk environment, and what's a little bit basic at the moment is the part of the hardware-software inventory. But later I will show some sorts what I put inside this topic of hardware-software inventory. So we will look first how the integration looks like in Checkmk. Until 2.3, we had a normal MKP, what you need to install, but also what you have to need to update. And you have to configure your extension manually. Now, with 2.4, the Redfish is completely integrated. There's no MKP anymore. And what's also easier, with the actual version of 2.4 or actual patch level, then you have also the latest version of the Redfish extension available. At the moment, if I get some bug fix or produce some bug fixes, I will make these bug fixes also in the mainline Checkmk repository as a pull request, and that's working in a nice and quick way at the moment. So you should also have then the latest version available. What can we monitor at the moment? That looks like this. You have all the common devices, what you find inside a server infrastructure. There are some types here missing. As at the moment, Dell, for instance, also is supporting Redfish on their storage devices. So it's possible that a little bit is missing, but if someone can provide me with some agent output or so, we can have a look if there are some more checks are possible. Or if someone can reach out to me and say, something is missing, please do it. It's no problem. For the PDUs, that's a bit fewer checks, as we have only the input lines, the outlets, and the sensors, if available. But I think that's what you need to know if you have a PDU. So when we now look at the agent in detail, that's like this one slide and the next as we had before. What's the important part here for the agent is the configuration. As we will see, the configuration or the query, the data, the fetching of the data from the Redfish interface is sometimes very time consuming. And for this, the configuration of the agent is very important. And we see here this is the configuration like it was until now. You can disable every section what you don't need. And you should do it if you say, I don't want to know everything about my server. I only want to know some special parts. Then deactivate all the other things. That saves some time for the querying of the device. And what was the latest addition to the system? What you see on the bottom right corner is the setting of cache time. At the moment, or since half a year, you can set for every section our own cache time. And that's also very nice when you see I have a section that I only want to fetch one time per hour. Then you set a cache time for the section and save some time at querying this. What we see now is something like a minimal configuration, but it's possible to query your management system with all sections disabled, and you have the shortest possible runtime for your system state. The result will look like this. You have only 5 services, and in this case, only two real services, like the memory summary and the system summary service, or system state service. And the system state service on a Redfish interface provides you the complete system state, the roll-up state in this naming scheme here, the roll-up state of the whole system. I have some customers, they say that's enough. They know the system is working. If there is a problem, you see it. Then you have to go to your management interface and have to look by yourself what's the problem. But you can also do on the same system configuration with all the services. Now you have over 60 services, what you see, and you have every detail what you can get. That's the 2 versions of the agent, how you can use it. And I say, yes, that's my preferred way. If it's not takes too long for the agent to query, then I will keep all the details, as I don't want to go first to a remote interface and look and so on. For the PDU, it's not so much what you can configure. It's very basic. The only thing what you can configure on a PDU device is how should the name look like of your outlet. Most PDU have the possibility that you can give names to your outlets, that you know what server is connected, what device is connected, and That was a request from one of the users. He said, oh, I have here nice names on my outlets. Can we use the names as service names? And I was looking inside the problem, and the solution looked like this. We see it's a little bit small on the left side. We see some outlets with names, and you see the names as servers names, and you can filter then with these names also inside Checkmk. But what is more important on this type of PDU is the detailed information you get for every outlet. You see what's the voltage, the frequency, and also the total consumed energy. What's today not, or what's important today for many companies, what energy we used, that you see for every device. But that's device dependent. The same manufacturer of PDUs, but the other model, you only see this. That depends, as it is said most times. But you get a status. Okay. Now we will have a short look in the differences between Checkmk 2.3 and 2.4, as it's mostly the configuration what changed. The special agent config and a little bit the presentation of the data. But the presentation side is only changed as the Redfish agent tries to use most of the built-in functions that we don't, or I don't want to build every function by myself. I want to reuse the existing things, and if there's a change in color or something like that, it also changed inside Checkmk between the version as it's using the built-in functions. The special agent, that's the important thing. We saw before the left side of the configuration, and on the right side we see the 2.4 configuration. What you can see on the first look, you don't have a list anymore. What you have now, you can define for every section what should be done. You go to the section, so you select if it should be fetched, not fetched, or if it fetched with cache time. Then you can insert the cache time. And I would say it was a nice compromise to transfer the two lists of configuration to one list into 2.4. Now you will see in 2.4 there is nothing changed as before, nearly. Over the time of the last year, I added the caching and so on. That's also you see if you have used the Redfish extension with the original delivered MKP from 2.3 that had patch level, I think, 38. And now we are already at patch level 78. That means 40 releases over the last year. And there you see something has happened. So I have also some plans for the future of the extension. And there are 3 points at the moment what I pay attention to or what I'm working on. That's first, as I said, the hardware-software inventory. The second one is, that's interesting. We will see if it happens sometimes in the future, as it also depends on Checkmk itself. It's a discovery mode for the special agent. And the last one, that's more, I think, experimental, as Dell was the first company introducing OpenTelemetry for the iTrack. That means with a Dell iTrack, you can normally use OpenTelemetry to transfer all the data from the iTrack to an OpenTelemetry resolver. So I must see if it's possible to use in a feasible way inside Checkmk. Then you don't need anything to query anymore on the system, but you can say, deliver all the data by yourself. That would be also nice. For the hardware-software inventory, first, I put some sorts inside what we have now. It's only the firmware inventory. Yeah, you will now see why firmware inventory. That's in Redfish, not a real hardware-software inventory, but you have an endpoint normally in a Redfish interface where you can fetch all the installed firmware on all the components. And that was also such a key feature in my old HPE ILO extension. And so I got some requests after the Redfish release. Oh, we want back this function that we can get our firmware. And so this was the first implementation I have done. The target of the future hardware-software inventory should be a system like you know it from the hardware-software inventory of the network devices, where you see your chassis, you see your line cards, your SPF, and so on. And this is the current situation with the only software inventory. And on the next slide, I have made a small mock-up how a hardware-software inventory can look like in the future. Then you see every component with their name, serial number, part number, what the important information is. If you have a defect, you need to replacement or something like that. And I would think that's a good way, but if I get feedback, it would be nice. What you think about this? And the last point from the future things, discovery mode, why you want to say? Yeah. The problem is every Redfish interface can have another structure. The agent to discover all the data that you need for the daily or for the monitoring must walk the interface and fetch all the single data by itself. And that costs time. If you can predefine what you need on this interface, then we'll save a lot of time. And that's why a discovery mode, where you get all the important components and you can select then these components, what should be fetched, then the agent can save the passes to these components and can fetch it faster. And faster run or shorter runtime is better, I think. Or everyone knows it. Time out of service checks, time out of special agents, it's a problem in the daily business. And it causes false alarm normally. And the side effect of this all is you as the admin then of such a system can better understand the relations between all the components inside the systems. If we have now a little bit, or if you want to know a little bit more about all the Redfish resources and what are provided from DMDF as the resources, I made a list of some resources, and this list you can find behind the GitHub link, and they are from the key vendors like HPE and Dell and Lenovo. There are the links to the scripting collections, what they have to manage the systems. As this is a very nice thing here with scripting, someone said, now also DevOps can manage the data center. I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but the software guys can also manage the hardware. So now we have some time for some questions.
Thank you, Andreas. I actually will not start with a question, but with a comment also voted up pretty high by Christian.
Yeah.
Awesome work. Thank you so much for your contribution, yes. Andreas. All right, let's get to the questions, right? So there's a question about the benefits of the Redfish agent versus SNMP output, and whether the admin has to do any configuration in the host system.
Yeah, the configuration on the host system is very easy. You have to create a read-only user, and most of the Redfish or management interfaces have also already a rule that's known as read-only. So, and you create one user with password or with your authentication like you use it, and give the read-only role, and that's normally enough. And what's the benefit compared to SNMP? You have proper encryption. You don't need to play around with SNMP v3 for encryption. You don't have to select anything. It uses from your web server. If you provide correct certificates, then you also don't have to ignore the certificate verification. And you have a safe way to access your management controllers.
Is this list of benefits already the answer to the next question? Whether
yes,
you now should switch from SNMP to Redfish if possible?
I would say yes, but you have to pay attention for the runtime, as the Redfish agent fetches a little bit more information that's not available inside SNMP. That's also a benefit. If you have more information, you have to pay attention for the runtime of the agent and for the single sections. And there you have to define the cache timing. That was a reason why I implemented the cache timings. The first question I can answer quickly. That's yes, the configuration is the same in 2.4 as is in 2.3, what's used in the end. And the existing rules will be migrated at the update time to 2.4. Yeah.
All right, then I think
switch.
on your slides you talked about servers and storage.
Yeah.
Here's a question about Cisco switches.
Cisco switches, I don't sure what should Redfish do there, but Cisco in the server department of Cisco, they use it normally. At the moment, there are some work inside the DMTF forum also to include network equipment. But at the start, I think it's mostly for the hardware status of the network equipment and not so like we do it now. SNMP and network devices is normally traffic. For traffic at Cisco, I say also the same. It's open telemetry. As Cisco said by itself, on our bigger devices, we do it in this way.
Then there's a question about HPE, ILO 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Someone's encountering the issue of missing data. Have you seen the same, and maybe something you can do about it?
Nope. The problem here is on HPE devices, they have no, I say so, proper ID for the device or for the component. And the problem is, after a reboot of the system or reboot of the ILO interface, it's possible that the ID is changed. So when the ID is changed, Checkmk cannot find the device anymore and says, oh, one device is missing, new device is found. And that's a real problem. But you don't have how is it known, a persistent ID. You have no persistent name or anything like that. And but that's only a problem on some HPE devices, not on all. In ILO 6, I don't see it until now, but ILO 4, ILO 5, I know it. It can happen, but only for special. I think it's only some network, some RAID controllers that have this problem.
All right, and there's a question on the difference between Redfish and IPMI monitoring for servers like Dell.
The amount of data what you get. If you only want to know the overall state of your system, you can also do it with IPMI. But the same as with SNMP, you have an IPMI. The problem is proper encryption. You have no proper encryption like modern standards in IPMI. And if you ask your security people, I think they will say, no proper encryption, no communication between networks, and so on. For the open telemetry data, that's more a question for the Checkmk guys. I don't know how the open telemetry implementation looks like at the moment. Normally, if you have a check what relies on sending data, then you have to implement a mechanism to make sure that the data is actual.
I think at the moment it will go stale.
Yeah, so
or it will disappear, and I mean, the check will go to unknown, right?
But it's a valid question. if you're sending data, you must keep it, must keep an eye on it if you get the data.
All right, maybe we have time for one more question. Could you use the UPS output port name as piggybacking info to the server connected?
Theoretically, yes, but the name what you saw in the slide, that was a random name, what was set, server 1, server 2, and so on. If you have a naming scheme in your environment, then I think it could be possible to implement, but why piggyback data that you can get the outlet directly connected to your server or something like that? Okay, that's some ideas what we can get, and then we will see if it's possible to do in this way.
All right, Andreas, we will not have time to answer all the questions. You are around.
Yes.
Again, many thanks for your presentation and the contribution.
Okay.
Next up, we have another lightning talk. Andreas is here to talk about a story which probably every IT professional has encountered, DNS issues. Let's jump right in. Please welcome Andreas to the stage.
It's always DNS, unless it's not. And I think we're all familiar with this problem and why it's important for us in monitoring. But before we get into that, let me take care of some formalities about me and my employer. I work for ComNet. We're an IT systems house based mostly in Hanover. We've been around about as long as I've been, and we've been a Checkmk partner since 2014. We're also a gold partner. My background's in psychology and IT. I did a bunch of software development, and as of recently, I'm an IT consultant for open source software, specifically Checkmk. And I don't know if you have no questions about the talk later on. I'm also a dungeon master for D&D and Pathfinder and the like, and you can come by. We can chat about that as well. Nice. All right, but since we're here in beautiful Munich, let's talk a bit about the worst case in DNS. Large-scale failure. Now, you can already see where this is going. Many of you probably are familiar with this case. It's the year 2021, and the WhatsApp group of the family is suspiciously quiet. You've got no pictures of anyone's lunch, dinner, whatever, and just overall, Insta doesn't seem to be reachable. Clearly, something is going wrong at a large scale for Facebook Meta as a whole. What's going on? Facebook is experiencing massive outage, and it's ultimately a silly and painful mistake where a couple of things compounded to make things go wrong. A routine maintenance command was set off. There was an error in it, according to the infrastructure team, and there was a compounding error in an auditing software that should have stopped it going out, and effectively, they shut down the entire backbone. And then BGP prefixes were withdrawn, routing stopped working to their DNS, and at the time, Facebook hosted the entire DNS system themselves. As a result, DNS access for Facebook was completely severed, and the impact went beyond what we, as maybe users of Facebook's products, saw, and actually affected their recovery as well in quite some depth. So let's talk about the impact a little bit. Number one, and I think this is kind of the most interesting one because it's a bit of an artifact of the time and it's a tricky one to get by, was access badges. Physical access to data centers was limited or completely constrained. Apparently teams turned up at data centers to try and do a hard reset. They couldn't get inside because their badges weren't working. Then keep in mind it's 2021, people are in home office a lot, there's not a lot of people on site, you're trying to communicate, you have a crisis, email isn't working. So you have to go over to other services. I mean, WhatsApp isn't working, right? That's probably also something you might be communicating on. And so you're, under a lot of pressure there. Beyond that, the tooling that would have been used to recover a lot of this wasn't working. And ultimately, let's face it, it's a business. there was a cost to all of this. Facebook shares took a dive. They lost a lot of revenue. I'm not a business analyst. You have to ask someone else about the details. You can see now, long term, they seem to have done fine. But at the time, I think Mark Zuckerberg's net worth went down to 120 billion or something. Very tragic. I brought a couple of screen captures here. This is not a Facebook data center. This is from a German series, Feuer und Flamme. They go with fire department teams on various missions. And here you can see them trying to break into a data center. They're going through the safety doors. And I love this one particularly. They got through the first door. In the background, you see the next door. I don't know how they got into their data centers in the end, but this is kind of the image that comes to mind in the worst case. So let's talk about the struggles with DNS and monitoring DNS. It depends a lot on how big the environment is and what kind of tooling you're using that's currently encountering a problem. But until you actually know that it's DNS or something else is causing it, the symptoms might be very similar, and it could be just a multitude of different issues that are behind the scenes causing your problem. And it may not always be obvious that it's DNS, and you may be chasing down the wrong lead for a while. And as a result, it's very important that we do monitoring well for this kind of system. Let me tell you the story that actually got us onto this topic briefly. It's a customer story of ours. We work with a large insurer in northern Germany, and they had some very strange issues with an SQL check that was showing a very consistent latency. And it was approximately 15 seconds, and it was very frustrating to diagnose because Checkmk was otherwise showing up fine. We otherwise didn't really have resolution problems in the network. And as such, because only this one particular thing was failing, and a lot of other stuff seemed to have been going via different resolver or different or via IPs, it was a lot of time spent trying to figure this out, since it looked fine overall. What ultimately caused it was, as you can probably guess, it was DNS. And the cause was, I think it's quite common in a lot of big environments, DNS was being configured dynamically, and so something had changed in the configuration. And some DNS servers were fine, they were resolving, but in this one part of the network, this particular DNS server was not resolving addresses. And as a result, it was timing out in that zone. And it was working fine elsewhere. You were able to resolve stuff, but this check was struggling to get its location. And this was very annoying to debug. So this is a more complicated issue. I think I've been approached by several people yesterday. I've talked with a lot of colleagues about this topic recently. The most common issue is obviously quite simple to solve. There's an issue with connectivity. A customer reports something, maybe the device is unreachable. We do some diagnostics. We find out it's reachable via IP, or maybe we did an NS lookup and found that there's a DNS problem, and we can figure this out quickly. And as a result, I think because this is the classic, a lot of the stuff is built around this usual case. But in cases where we have this more dynamic problem, it can be a little more difficult. Let's have a quick look at what Checkmk already does. Because a DNS failure can happen to anyone, and we're monitoring, and it's not really supposed to happen to us. We're supposed to be able to see this kind of thing. We want to have eyes on the network, and such a crucial service is something that we want to really be able to monitor properly. And Checkmk has some great functionality for most use cases. We can start with the built-in functionality to have just an active check going. You can run it on your site. You can see, is broadly DNS working on my site? And you can see here there's some different options for configuring how to choose which DNS. But there are some limitations in this that we ran into, and that's the transparency. It's not always exactly clear which resolver is currently being used and maybe where it's going wrong. And as a result, it's not necessarily useful for very dynamic configuration. The other option, it's also interesting for monitoring different sections of the network, is the agent plugin. You can deploy with an agent. You can have it monitor in various zones, trying to resolve addresses. And this is great again, but once again, we have a bit of a transparency problem, and we don't want a ton of agents constantly polling DNS, since this will also affect our performance of DNS. So we saw kind of a niche here, and we wanted to build something for our specific use cases for a few different customer environments. And as a result, we made a little plugin that we'd like to show you. The idea is that we have a special agent now that will look for all dynamically configured DNS resolvers that I can find in the etc resolve conf, and it will try those out. But beyond that, it'll also measure that latency, graph that nicely for us, and distinguish by the different target domains that we configure, but also, and most importantly, by the DNS resolver it used to resolve that. So if you have a new configuration, your discovery service will say, hey, something's changed, I found new services, maybe you want to have a look at this. And ideally, if a faulty configuration was rolled out, you'll know immediately, because you'll see, oh, okay, this is not working as it should be. What does this mean for you? Well, the good news is we've made it available already. It's already on GitHub. I'll throw up a link in a second. It's also on Checkmk Exchange. You can find it under, I think, a multiple local DNS resolver. So I already had a couple of downloads, I guess, since it's at the top of the list right now. The bad news is, obviously, we've built it for a specific use case. This may not exactly cover your use case at this time. We went for the special agent, we went for monitoring from the site. I can absolutely imagine someone saying, okay, we want this in the agent or the like. But the good news is, the idea behind this is we wanted to make it public. We're absolutely open for pull requests, and obviously if anyone wants to reach out, maybe sponsor some feature that they specifically want, or maybe want to just give some input for improvement, you're absolutely welcome to do that. All right. Leaves for me to throw up the QR code. Probably a little short now to try and grab it, but look for multi-DNS on GitHub, on our ComNet GitHub site, and like I said, it's also on the Checkmk Exchange, so you should be able to find it there. If you have any questions after the question round now, we still have some time, feel free. We also have a stand at the back with the physical appliance. It's right by the ice cream, so you're probably going by there anyway. Stop by and say hi. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have one question so far.
Very nice.
Do you support systemd resolved-based systems?
Right now, if you configure via the etc resolve conf, we've got you covered. If you have any other use case, you need to reach out to us and we can look into it. Like I said, I can imagine there's a lot of different ways that people are doing this, but the one that we have with our customers that are affected, large enough environments and the like, that's where it would be configured. So if this doesn't cover your use case, do reach out.
Any other questions? Quickly type into Slido. If not, many thanks also for your contribution and presentation of it. Great having you.
So that was the first part of our customer and user talks and partner talks, and now we go for coffee, and then we meet back at 11 for another round of talks by users of Checkmk. Thanks very much.
And 3 talks are already done. The talks by experienced Checkmk users and administrators are really great, I think, and I think that these insights are nowhere else to find but at the Checkmk Conference. So now we are indeed leaving for a short coffee break, but we will see you very soon at 10:55. And we are back from the coffee break. Now the next batch of talks await. First one would be Mathias Götze from Iteratio with Stefan Novak from Kabelplus. And they will do a talk from discovery to integration. Elevate your monitoring. We already heard the gong, so we're definitely starting soon. So the next talk will be Sebastian Böhm and Maximilian Sachmann from the city of Munich. And they will share their insights in a great talk that's called Test Like a Robot, Monitor Like a Bavarian. Then we'll have a talk by Ron from Signal 4, and he will be talking about integrating a notification channel in Checkmk. So let's start and turn to the stage.
Welcome back. Let's turn our attention to a real story of transformation. In this talk, we'll hear how Checkmk was rolled out at Kabelplus, starting in mid-2023 and going live just a few months later. Mathias and Stefan will take you through 3 real-world challenges they tackled along the way. Expect practical solutions, clever ideas, and insights you can take straight back to your own setup. Let's give a big round of applause for Mathias and Stefan.
Hello, everybody. From discovery to integration, how we elevate monitoring for Kabelplus. So we will show you how Kabelplus customized their Checkmk in order to elevate monitoring in order to provide maximum transparency for support teams. To do this, we will talk you through our enhancements. We share practical solutions and discussing challenges faced during implementation. But first to us. This is Stefan from Kabelplus, and I'm Mathias from Iteratio. So, who is Iteratio? So it was founded 2001 by Rolf and Hardy, sitting in the back somewhere. Hardy you might know from the Conference 9, where he gave the pretty famous talk, monitoring of very large infrastructures, which was the beginning for the network topology maps within Checkmk. The core competence of the company is network and system management. It is working since 2012 with Checkmk. It is since 2014 partner, and it's an award-winning partner and a gold partner, of course. About me, not much to say. I started 2017 to work for Iteratio, and before that, I basically studied physics, working as a scientist, and yeah, then switched the industry, basically. But now to Stefan.
Thanks, Matthias. My name is Stefan Novak, and I work for the Kabelplus company, which is mainly an internet server provider in East Austria. So we founded in 1978 as a typical cable TV operator, and then we expand our services to our internet customers in 1997. So our journey with Checkmk started in the summer of 2023 with the installation of a hardware cluster in our data center. And after a comprehensive testing and implementation phase, we successfully migrated from our legacy Nagas environment in January 2024. So now 2 sentences about me. I worked in Kabelplus 10 years as a typical system operator, dealing with VMware, Linux servers, and data center network. And after that, I changed to the IP network operations team, where I'm now responsible for the Cisco MPLS backbone, the internet peering services, and of course, the monitoring of our whole network. So my personal experience with Checkmk is now 10 years ago. I started with some small projects for myself, so I currently monitor my smart home solution in my own house with Checkmk. So now some facts about the Kabelplus. We currently have around about 130,000 customers. 123,000 also subscribe to an internet service. Approximately 20% of them are already connected with fiber to the home. And we handle approximately 300 gigabit peak traffic to the internet on a daily basis. So now let's talk quickly about our Kabelplus Checkmk environment. We currently have 4 sites. 2 of them are connected on the hardware cluster to keep the system at most independent from the rest of our network. Then we also operate a virtual appliance in our VMware infrastructure to distribute the monitoring load more efficiently. And we also host 1 site in Germany at the Hetzner Cloud that we can get some external view of our network from the internet side. So we currently monitor around about 4,200 hosts with 100,000 services. And as we are the network department, it's mostly SNMP out there. And these numbers are rapidly growing since our network is rapidly growing. So now in our presentation, we will show you 3 problem cases where we have to develop our own custom solutions. And the first thing we want to show you is how we manage our host inventory and how we use geolocation to quickly localize outages. So all our hosts are currently managed in an IPAM database. So to prevent redundant manual work and to ensure consistency, we implemented an automatic provisioning from the IPAM database to the Checkmk. So if we insert some hosts there, they get inserted into Checkmk and updated also. So we also want to enrich our hosts with some geolocation data. So for some hosts, we already have the geodata in our IPAM database. For other hosts, we just have the postal address in the SNMP location field in the network device. So we have to get it and translate it into geo coordinates. So why we want to do that? Because we want to use some visualizations on some NUGVIS maps for our technical teams that we can, that when we have some power outages or some digging work, we can have some fine maps where you can see there's red, so there must be something fault in this area. And so now Mathias will walk us through how he implemented the solution for Kabelplus.
Okay. As Stefan already said, we provisioning hosts from PHP IPAM via the API to Checkmk. Then we enrich the data from the host, which could be the address and some other informations by using SNMP. Yeah, we are asking this famous ORD, or we're using the system description ORDs in order to get know which device we are talking to. And such devices, like Huawei something, are then automatically recognized, tagged, and placed in the according folder structure. For some hosts, we have addresses. For some hosts, we have coordinates. These two attributes are maintained for each host in so-called custom host attributes, as you may know. But since NUGVIS is just dealing with geolocations, we need to look up the geolocation for the host, which we only have addresses. For that, we're using the Google Maps API, so that we get all the hosts provisioning correct. One additional thing was, or one challenge was, Stefan should not be the only contact person. So these different devices are also corresponding to different teams. And of course, if the data is not correct, the corresponding team should be alerted. So with all this information now in our head, we simply started to provision all the hosts to NUGVIS. Technically speaking, this means we're using the NUGVIS word map and writing the SQL database from NUGVIS itself. So to say, it's a very accurate representation, as you might see on the right-hand side. This is an image from the host. Of course, you could more zoom in, but we were not allowed to do that here. But this works very well. In order to tackle these two teams, so that each team only sees their devices, we basically use host groups to differentiate between. As far as I heard from Stefan, that these informations are all pretty helpful in such root cause analysis when there is a power outage or digging work or whatever. Okay, now we have all the hosts within the map and in Checkmk, but sometimes addresses changes. Yeah, a device goes to a different location. How to refresh this data? We are basically using the hard and software inventory for this. Yeah, we're using the information from there and update each device accordingly. Yeah, but now back to Stefan.
Yes, thanks, Mathias. So now that we have all our hosts integrated into Checkmk, the next challenge for us was to ensure that the alerts we are generating are delivered to the right technicians at the right time. So the first thing what we are thinking about when we are going to notification is that networks can be unusable. So we still rely on the old SMS for very, very critical messages. So we also want some redundancy in the system, so we installed 2 GSM modems and 2 different network operators, and we also have to ensure that the SMS where we send it out is always going out there. So, and the third problem we face is we have several on-call technicians teams. Sometimes they are 24/7, and their shifts change 3 to 4 times a week. And so we want to have a simple, secure, and fast way to notify the right technicians. And we think that changing the notification rules in Checkmk every time for every technician is not the right solution for us. So Mathias has to provide us with something better for us.
Yeah. So what we did is basically, first of all, what kind of devices we are talking about. These are basically these which are shown in the image there. They're from the hardware group, SMS Gateway 3, they're called. So when you're starting with that, Checkmk does not know anything about this device. So first of all, we're starting developing a notification plugin. Okay, it works with the both modems and also has a redundancy built in that is whenever a modem is not reachable, it connects to other modem. Okay, now you have a notification script. What is the next step? Of course, you want to monitor these devices. How long is the queue length, how is the cellular connection, and so on. This we also implemented. Now to the last and more difficult task is basically to have a GUI implementation or a simple way to configure the notification for the technician. So how we do that? You see this example here on the right-hand side. This is basically a GUI within Checkmk we built. It reads the configuration automatically, which means each user with a phone number and contact group membership are read automatically with the Checkmk informations. Then, of course, you can deselect and select different users. For that, we have to think about how to get a notification plugin in order to work with that. We're basically using some small configuration file. So we have to extend the notification plugin a little bit. And of course, since this GUI is only on the master side, we have to also think about distribute this config file to all sides. And whenever you click on Save now, this config file is then distributed. Of course, there are some checks. So it cannot be that there is not a contact group which has no selected user. So there has to be at least one user selected. Of course, you can always test the SMS, which basically means that we have certain dummy hosts which then get a fake check result and trigger a notification. This triggering a notification was also a task that each day, I guess at 7 o'clock in the evening, there should be a regular job just triggering a test notifications. We also implemented that. This GUI itself is not dependent on any value spec or form specs, technically speaking, so it supports the current Checkmk versions. One small thing we want to add in the next couple of weeks is basically an automatic refresh of this page, because sometimes, Stefan taught me, a technician open this page, leave it open, and after a week or so want to save his configuration, and then this configuration is different till then. Now back to Stefan, to our last.
Yes, thanks, Mathias. So the third challenge we face is currently managing our large network. So as we have many devices and many network interfaces, we don't want to reconfigure our Checkmk environment every time something is changing there. So what we decided to do is we want to configure our monitoring directly on the device, since we are network operators and we just want to configure network devices all the day. So we just invented a naming convention for interface descriptions. And from these interface descriptions, we generate a wide range of service labels, and then our completely Checkmk configuration is based on these service labels for alerting or just for some alarms generated. And we also have some customer IDs in our network interface descriptions. So we also want to generate service labels out of that we can have a dashboard for our support team. So now I have a little example of what we are exactly doing here. I've highlighted some of our tags. So here you can see the interfaces with interface description. And we have a tag called monBB. That's for us, it's a backbone interface. And we sure have to monitor this one. And we also have here a tag with an alert of 4,800 megabit. So maybe we just have there a 6 gigabit backhaul connection, and we want to get an alert when we have to upgrade it to 10 gig or something better than that. And on the second interface, you can see there's a tag called IIS. It's from our management system. It's automatically provisioned. And you also have there the customer ID. And we also want to generate some dynamic service labels with the customer ID and also some static labels like this is just an FTTH customer port. And now go back to Mathias, how he programmed this all for us.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was one. So, okay, first of all, as you might see down below, there's the example from the page below, or it's the same example. To gather this information and put it in service labels is not manageable or not doable with normal Checkmk discovery rules. Yeah? So you cannot say, hey, I have a certain tag, IIS, and then the value which is after that, I want to have as a service value or service label value. So, as we first started, we basically wrote a script which first gets all the interface descriptions, and with a certain pattern or a pattern definition, as you might see on the right-hand side, you can basically select which, you can select via regex which group or which value you want to have as a certain value. Yeah? So you can make something like customer and then the first regex group as the point under custom keys. Of course, you can ignore values, yeah, because sometimes this automatism wrote there IIS none or null or whatever. You can ignore these if you want to. And of course, like in a normal discovery rule set, we wanted to write something like, okay, if this description matching, we want to have this and this service label. So with all this information, we looked up, and we coming to something around 20,000 labels. So now we have this 20,000 labels. How to get them back into Checkmk and to set them to the individual devices? The first idea we had, like always, using the REST API. Okay, you can of course write rules with the interface and switchboard discovery rule set, or you can write rules with service labels directly, but this is not usable. So for instance, the GUI is not responding anymore if you have 20,000 rule sets, or you cannot, it's not transparent to work with that anymore. So this was not a good solution. Then, to our mind come, Checkmk does work with all the small MK files in the configuration. So we write basically own MK file, which work, of course. But in the productive environment with this huge number of labels, we're ending up with an MK file with around 5 megabyte. And if you then wanted to activate the core, it takes around, so after 5 minutes, we abort this whole thing. Yeah? So this was not a real solution for that. So what we do then is basically, since it's all interface-related stuff, we basically hijack the interface check. So we're simply loading all our labels information into the service discovery of the interface check, and we're done. Yeah, this works perfectly fine, and of course you can also use the standard switchboard and interface rule sets in order to add labels or whatever. One downside of this, one issue with that is basically that you have a small text file which you have to sync to all of your sites. But for this, we have already with the SMS solution some things in place. So how we did that, a more technical thing, we appended some lines into the standard interface check. One, we have basically a function which basically say, hey, please get me from this certain file and this item and this host name, the labels you have, and of course extend the, and for that we need the host name, of course. And you see then in the green area in the door, the one below, that we simply add the labels to the corresponding labels you're already getting via the switchboard interface discovery rule set. So these small modifications we had to deliver, but since they are so small and I would say it's not dependent directly on a Checkmk version, you only need to do this few modifications each time you update. With that, this works. So we managed to do 20,000. We managed to set this 20,000 labels, and as you might see on this side, there's basically a dashboard for the support where they can simply filter for each customer. And the technician directly sees the relevant graphs, the relevant services, and can see directly the issues related to all of that. So let me a little bit sum up. So we're provisioning the devices from PHP IPAM, enrich the information, and put them on a map in Naquis in order to see everything and helping a little bit with root cause analysis. Then we implemented some notifications, built a custom GUI around that in order that the technician can do changing the shifts and changing the person who's in charge. And to last of all, we showed you the service labels and how Kabelplus does dynamically configure the Checkmk. And of course, with all of that, how to set these 20,000 service labels. Now the big question is how you can benefit of all of that. So we are thinking a little bit about that. So of course you can contact the company, so Iteratio, you can contact us. We can help you with provisioning stuff, because this is not a general thing, so to say. You can the notification plugin and of course the monitoring plugin. If you're using the same modem, you can look up in the Exchange. We put it there. You can benefit from the code. For the service label things, we have a Git repository from the company Iteratio, where I put basically all of the scripts and of course also the SMS GUI thing. If you want to build your own web page within Checkmk, you can use this as an example or use it as a starting point for your own things. And feel free. And to last of all, we have to say thank you for your attention. When you have questions, you can also email us. So our both emails are written there. And thanks for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right. The first question to the two of you is whether your implementation is update safe.
Which?
I think for the between Checkmk versions,
I
but
think it's
not
regarding the MK files, but you don't manipulate MK files.
No,
right?
no, we don't do it with the MK files. No, that was not a good solution. We did that. We did that with this hijacking of the interface
But I
library.
mean, after every patch, you put it in local, and therefore you actually don't have also any problems, right?
Yeah, we just have to add these couple of lines I showed, and also the function we are using is a simple small function which you also can find on the Git, and yeah.
Then there's a question about the SMS modem you used, whether this device has an internal spooler, because some SMS gateways only accept 1 request per second, which does not work with Checkmk notifications.
So, yes, we've tested it, and we pushed 50 or 100 SMS to them, and it's perfectly working. It has a small spooler inside.
Okay. Maybe on top a question for Martin or Lars, whether we do have any plans to add a field for geo-coordinates as a host property.
So there's no specific plan to do this. I think for years you can already create custom host attributes, which can then also be used in Naquest. So that's currently the way to do, and so far no plan to change it.
Thank you, Lars. Then one of our visitors here is curious what you are actually checking or monitoring from external, so the Hetzner side. Is it only websites or other services too?
It's currently no websites, because we are an internet service provider, and we are just pinging some customers, and we're just checking our mail system if it's ready from the internet. But it's mostly of them, it's just IPv4 and IPv6 pings.
And Moritz has a question whether you try to have the notification config distributed via the replicate extensions.
No, since we don't want to have activate changes each time you change something in this page, we simply don't want to use activate something. Yeah. Because when we wanted to do that, we can basically change the notification rule. That would be the same thing, so to say.
Then there's another question for you, Martin or Lars. Any plans at Checkmk to implement such extended label creation feature?
I think labels are something where we strategically say they are the right thing, and we will continuously extend that. In what dimensions is, of course, a little bit unclear, yeah? But it's something where we say it should improve with every Checkmk version. If you have specific ideas for that, what exactly you want, then I think the ideas portal is the right place to go to.
Yes. We also like to see this.
And I think there's a last question for the two of you. Do you use the DCD to automatically discover new or changed service labels?
No, we're simply using the service discovery for that. So since 2.3, we can simply add service labels in each run if you want to. So
the periodic service discovery rule should do that.
Yeah.
Yes, we just changed the interface descriptions as our network engineers, and after a couple of hours, then the monitoring is reconfigured automatically.
Oh. You should
of course,
connect with Moritz. Thanks for the hint. No further questions. Thank you for answering all questions so far, just in time. Many thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you. Bye.
So next we have a very special talk. Checkmk is used by a lot of very big corporations around the world. It's used by prestigious universities in the US. It's used by airlines in Asia. But there's one thing which always bothered me, that our own city is not using Checkmk. And it finally changed, I think, 1 or 2 years ago. And I'm very happy because it's a very different story how Checkmk started to get into the city of Munich. And we have both Maxi and Basti to talk about it. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to our talk, Test Like a Robot, Monitoring Like a Bavarian. First of all, thanks for having us. It's a pleasure to represent our company and show what we have implemented over the last few years. Today, my colleague Maxi Sachmann and I, Sebastian Böhm, will show you the beginning of our journey with RobotMK and Checkmk, followed by some main reasons for choosing these tools. We would also like to talk about our goals and the workflow, how it looks like. This summarized our synthetic monitoring, which ensures the service availability at Iteratio, the IT service provider for the city of Munich. We are both working as DevOps engineer, maybe a little more op than dev. I have been part of the monitoring team since 2016. In 2020, Maxi joined us and completed our team. Since then, we're both working together and started to establish Checkmk as our infrastructure monitoring platform in 2022. For understanding, speaking about our infrastructure monitoring, we mean the monitoring of Iteratio. Checkmk is not our baby, but it feels like it is. So, let's have a quick look for some data and facts of Iteratio.
As already mentioned, Iteratio is the IT service provider for the city of Munich, but it also belongs to the city administration itself. We and our about 1,000 colleagues operate about 1,000 applications on more than 6,000 virtual servers. This includes even applications developed in-house. The Checkmk environment we implemented to monitor our infrastructure consists out of 8 sites. There we monitor about 4,000 hosts with more than 200,000 services. And we also migrated 28 test cases of synthetic monitoring from our old monitoring tool to RobotMK and Robot Framework. With this Checkmk environment in mind, let's have a look at our journey to and with Checkmk and RobotMK. At the end of 2021, the maintainer of our old synthetic monitoring informed us that the development would be discontinued and that the tool will be made open source. However, there was no community for this tool, and Basti and I didn't have the resources or know how to maintain it ourselves. We were looking for alternatives. At this point, as often, Basti visited the yearly OSMC, the Open Monitoring Conference in Nuremberg, where Simon, of course, presented his plugin RobotMK for Checkmk. Also at this time, we weren't quite satisfied with our current infrastructure monitoring. We were therefore looking for a new solution, or at least an alternative. Because of that and the inspiration from Simon's talk at the OSMC, we decided to do a proof of concept with Checkmk and RobotMK. Therefore, we started in 2022 with the proof of concept, testing both tools together and evaluate a potential replacement of both tools or old synthetic tools. The POC showed us that a migration would be time-consuming for us and would need some adjustment. But in the long term, a move to Checkmk would make sense for us. Also, on the other hand, RobotMK already showed itself to be well integrated into Checkmk and as a good alternative to our current synthetic monitoring. Therefore, we started the migration in 2023 of the infrastructure and the synthetic monitoring. After more than a year of migration time, we were finally able to provide Checkmk as our new infrastructure monitoring platform to our colleagues using RobotMK already as a plugin. And this already sums up our journey with or to Checkmk and RobotMK, but we want also to give you a quick insights to the reasons behind our decision. At first, for us really important, RobotMK relies on the Robot Framework, an open source test and process automation framework with a large and supportive community. After our last experience, this gave us more trust in the tool, in the use of such a tool. Due to the foundation, the background of Robot Framework and the great community, there are already some well-developed libraries for most of the common use cases. For example, the browser and crypto library, which we use in most of our test cases. Also, the human-friendly or readable syntax of the check scripts makes it easy for beginners to understand already existing test suites and test cases, but also to develop new on their own, speaking from our experience. And of course, as a last point, the integration into a well-functioning monitoring tool like Checkmk. Only therefore, the migration was considered by us. Speaking of Checkmk, let's also have a quick look at the reasons for Checkmk itself. At ITM, we rely on infrastructure using cloud platforms, container environments, as well as virtual machines and appliances. We were therefore looking for a monitoring tool which could support all of these. Also, we were looking for a tool which would keep up with new technologies and standards. A great example for that is the upcoming support for OpenTelemetry in Checkmk. Another point, not all of our colleagues are command line ninjas and feel comfortable managing a bigger monitoring environment on a CLI. They are therefore quite happy about the setup menu in the Checkmk UI. This makes it easy for them to support Basti and me in our day-to-day operation, using the search and clone function in the setup menu to implement new custom checks for our colleagues. Furthermore, as a public sector organization, we try to follow the principle public money, public code wherever possible. We are therefore quite pleased that Checkmk is at least built on an open source core, even though we are passionate and satisfied users of the Enterprise Edition. All these reasons together, with the variety of the built-in plugins and the extensibility and customization that Checkmk offers, convinced us to make the move at the end, and it's a decision we do not regret today and would do again. And as last, a little bonus. Martin already mentioned it. As the city administration of Munich, or the city of Munich, we happily rely on a solution or a software solution from a Munich-based company. So now you know how we ended up using Checkmk and RobotMK. Now let's have a look how we use synthetic monitoring at ITM.
Okay, so we have two main objectives for the synthetic monitoring. The first is the actual main reason we need a monthly report for the availability of our services. Secondly, we need an end-to-end monitoring tool that alerts us within minutes as soon as an application is no longer available or no longer behaves as expected. The combination of RobotMK and Robot Framework helps us to continuously monitor the application performance. The gradual recording of runtimes in Checkmk allows proactive action to be taken long before users complain. We are currently focusing on web tests, but we also plan to extend the end-to-end monitoring tool for the desktop testing, for example, our Citrix farm applications. Now, let's take a look at some of our applications that we monitor with RobotMK. First, the website of the Abfallwirtschaftsbetrieb, which is the largest public waste disposal company in Germany. It is one of the most frequently visited websites we operate. We all know Germany is known for its waste separation system. Therefore, this website provides information about garbage collection, disposal, and recycling in Munich. That includes one of the main features that you can see behind us, the collection calendar, where citizens can check when the next waste disposal takes place. Another example is the Kita Finder. The Kita Finder is an application for parents who are looking for a childcare place. For those responsible, this means that they have the opportunity to process the incoming requests. We monitor this website all year round, and it becomes especially important if the new childcare places are available. This is usually in 2 specific dates in the year. And at last, an application that many people may know, for example, if they order a new passport or a driver license in Munich, it's called a Terminvereinbarung. The application consists of 3 main components: the appointment booking, the management platform for the employees, and the visitor displays in the citizens' offices. Especially the visitor monitors and the appointment booking are extremely important because it's the direct interface for the citizens. If these components do not work, we quickly have dissatisfied citizens and critical media reports. So we have now seen a few examples of applications that we monitor. Now let's take a look at our second purpose, the availability report. To ensure the availability monitoring, we run the test case every 5 minutes, 24/7. These results are reduced to the time periods of the service level agreement and evaluated monthly in a Checkmk report, where we use the opportunity to highlight the lower availabilities. The report will also be made available to our performance managers They will check the availability and address the possible lower scores. Now, you know how we use the synthetic monitoring at ITM. We also want to show you how we work with RobotMK and Robot Framework on a daily basis and manage to provide the monitoring and the reporting.
Our daily work with synthetic monitoring can be divided into 4 stages, maybe 5 if we include our little quality assurance phase at the end of the workflow. We start with the local development of new test cases or the improvement of existing test cases, followed by pipelines in the dev and master branch of our GitLab repositories, and as a last step, of course, the configuration of the RobotMK agent rule. First, we will have a closer look into the local development. Here we use the Visual Studio Code with the Robot Code plugin for more IDE support. There, test cases can be developed step by step using the debug mode and console of Visual Studio Code. Also an essential part at this point are the developer tools of our chosen browser. There we try to find the best matching selector for our next action. This enables us to build test cases keyword by keyword. When developing new test cases, we try to address all components of an application at least once per test suite. In most cases, this simply means the application server and the database server. But this could also mean a dedicated search engine, an editor, or for example, a PDF generator. To cover those components, we build test cases consisting out of 4 or more steps, which are represented by user keywords developed by us. Firstly, we will simply open or visit the website we want to monitor, and as a second step, if needed, we will log into the website or the application. If that's happened, there's the main part of the test case. We simply try to execute a typical search in this application and ensure that the result we got is that what we expected. And as a last step, we of course try to log out from the application. There could be some components of an application that only need a quick visit or at least need to be opened and checked that a specific element is shown. The visitor displays is shown by Basti, and some of our map-based services are a good example for that. When we finish the step-by-step development of test cases, we do a final run on our local environment to check if everything works together as expected. If that's the case, a first commit to our pipeline or to our Git repository can be made to the dev branch of this repository. This commit, of course, will trigger our first pipeline. The started pipeline job will trigger an Ansible playbook. With this playbook, we automated 3 main steps of our pipeline. Firstly, the dev branch of the current repository will be cloned to our RobotMK test node. And secondly, the test suite in this repository will be executed using Robot Framework on the test node. And as the last step of the playbook, the returning output files will be uploaded to an S3 storage. After the playbook run was completed, the output files will be downloaded back in the pipeline and analyzed. By that, we can set the state of the pipeline and include these output files as artifacts to the pipeline job. With those results, it's possible for us to evaluate if the new commit to the dev branch is suitable for the master branch or the production. And if that's the case, a merge request can be made to the master branch, which, of course, will trigger another pipeline. And you guessed it right, the pipeline also will trigger an Ansible playbook. But this time, this playbook only has one task. It simply clones our repository to all of our productive RobotMK hosts. This means that all of our test suites we develop are available on all of these hosts. By that, we completely shifted the decision on which suite is executed on which of our hosts to the configuration of the agent rule. For us, this means it's not necessary for us to connect to any of our test nodes to update the test suites or implement changes, or to change anything on the configuration of the execution. The update of the test suite or changes are simply automatically pushed by the GitLab pipeline, and the management of the execution is completely covered by the agent rule, which we, as a last step, will cover now. In the configuration of the agent rule, we will try to find a mixture of parallel and sequential execution using the available features of the groups and plans. By that, we want to ensure to use the resources of our hosts as efficient as possible. but always making sure that the test suites are executed smooth and reliable. By that, we are having our 5-minute execution interval in mind. Also, as some of you might know, since Checkmk 2.3, RobotMK uses RCC to create the Python environments needed to execute the test suites. For this purpose, we also created a central environment configuration, of course, in a GitLab repository. This includes the conda YAML file, where the versions of Python, robot framework, libraries, and other dependencies can be defined. With that, we made the lifecycle for us very easy. We can simply edit the conda YAML file with new versions and push it to all of our test nodes, and the new environment configuration can be used by the Checkmk agent and RobotMK. And as our last step, in addition to the already mentioned groups and plans, we assign an explicit host to this agent rule. By that, we decide which subset of our suites will be executed on which of our hosts. And with that, we already covered our workflow. Of course, a little bit of agent bakery is already needed, but that's it. But we explained the flow or the workflow quite straightforward without any issues. Therefore, Basti now wants to show you some of the problems we encounter by developing new test cases and operate the synthetic monitoring, and of course, at least want to try to show you some solutions for these problems.
Okay, so now Maxi has given you a deeper insight into our designed workflow. I would like to inform you about our daily issues and the solutions we suggest for them. The first point that many of you may know, regardless of infrastructure or synthetic monitoring, no downtimes are set for maintenance. They could be forgotten or even simply ignored, but in our setup, no downtime means slower measured availability, even if it's a plain maintenance. There is no real solution to this problem apart than automation. We just try to keep reminding people of the need and purpose of downtimes. Also, the UI for setting downtimes has already been optimized in Checkmk 2.3. We even give the people documentation in the hand and to make the sense of the downtimes even clearer. Some of you may be familiar with the problem of monitoring and testing applications that not are designed for this purpose. In this case, we're referring to applications which do not provide any unique attributes. To find suitable selectors, there are some add-ons in common browsers, but these often do not provide stable or readable selectors. In the end, you just have to be creative and combine the tools provided by XPath, CSS, or locators of used libraries. However, we do have 3 hints for you. First, don't use wildcards or filters in common elements such as diffs that causes performance losses. Be more specific by using attributes and text. Second, try to find the suitable selectors where it is clear which element is being addressed. And the third one, if you use images, please note 2 things. The first thing, the display in your developed environment maybe differ from that of the real RobotMK host where the checks are running. Use screenshot keywords if necessary to see how the application really appears. And furthermore, if your images should be significant and as small as possible. This also ensures better performance and prevents alerts for small deviations. And last, always expect the unexpected. In addition, there are always some test cases that fails for unknown reason in a few runs, but usually they work. Good luck convincing developers and operators that something is off here. For this purpose, we use the mentioned third phase of our workflow, the quality assurance. In this phase, we already let the test suites run in its defined interval, but without notifications and without an availability report. During this time, we check whether the test suite behaves as expected or if there are any edge cases that we can overlook during the development. Yeah, there are certainly other issues that we can point out here. Debugging such issues often leads us to every IT person's favorite answer, hey, it works on my machine. So with this in mind, have fun with RobotMK and Robot Framework, and happy monitoring. Yeah, thank you.
All right, many thanks. We have 2 questions. Let's start with the first one. With Robot MK, do you also measure and alert on the duration at the time the robot takes to go through the end-to-end test?
Currently not. We have implemented timeouts in the test scripts, but we are not using the service monitoring rules in Checkmk to ensure that specific steps of our test cases are done at a defined time. But this is something we want to use even more.
Then there's a question on the sync between the website development and the Robot MK test development. How do you ensure that you are aligned?
I'm not quite sure I'm getting that question right.
So let's say that I guess maybe it's if the website is changing that you're testing, how do you make sure that maybe that you know of it so that you can adapt the test?
Yeah, that's one of our biggest pain we left out of this speech because it's a problem everyone encounters. The monitoring is operated in our team and the application is operated in another team. So we need to know when they change the application, and we rely on them telling us to change our test cases. Or with our all-synthetic monitoring, we had a process in place which would shift the decision to implement these changes to the test cases to the team which is also responsible for the application. But this didn't work quite well because people operating applications don't want to bother with monitoring. This is our job. So we're trying to shift this process more to us, that we have to change or to take these changes in account in new test cases. So the process will later then make it possible for them to contact us and let us know we need to change something. So this is our pain point.
Yeah.
Then there's a couple of questions around where you run your test nodes, whether this is on virtual machines or actual hardware, whether it's internal or public facing or both. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on the test nodes.
We run the test nodes are Windows machines, or simple Windows servers. And yeah, that's it. I think in 2.4 you can run this on Linux, but I think Simon and Jörg can tell you more.
To get a little bit more into detail, we're running them internal in our own data center.
Yes, yeah.
But of course, I get the background of this question. It could be interesting to, for example, we are running a lot of citizen services which are available on the internet. So we need to address them from a cloud. But currently, we don't have the infrastructure of a public cloud for use to use Robot MK. But this is something we have in mind for the future.
And there's a last question on the selectors. Do you use XPath or CSS?
We use both. The combination of both is the best in our opinion. There's no 100% answer. Use XPath, use CSS. You must deal it.
All right. Thank you for answering all the questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Great to have you as local Checkmk heroes here on stage. Many thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have arrived at the last talk before the lunch break, and it's not a lightning talk, and we have a special guest for that. We have someone who built a notification channel for Checkmk and will share a little bit about that experience. Ron, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ron from Döhler, and we do software. We are in the market for over 25 years, and we are specialized in mobile alerting and incident management. With Signal 4, we provide a SaaS product for mobile alerting, which, as you might have guessed, plays nicely with Checkmk. A question first, what kind of notifications do you use with Checkmk? So there are a couple of possibilities here, and you can use Slido to vote, and I'm really excited about the results here. I guess most of you, or some of you, work in 24/7 on-call duty, so you are heroes, and yeah, for the rest of you, you're lucky. Wow, okay. Still some movement here. Yeah, I guess there is a clear winner. That's very interesting. Let me continue here. SMS and email in many cases are sufficient. Yeah, that's what we have seen, and that's, of course, how you work, and you know best how to work, of course. In other cases, they're not sufficient. You might want to use a different notification channel. For example, you want to use a voice call to wake you up at night. You want to use a combination of different communication channels, like my favorite tip is to use a push notification along with a fitness band to wake you up softly, and after 2 minutes, then initiate a louder phone call that wakes you up, but wakes your whole family up as well. Then escalation between people. If one person is not able to take the call, make sure it gets escalated to another person so that somebody can take care of the issue. On-call planning. Integrated on-call planning is very useful. The #1 on-call planning tool, you know that one? Excel, right. But there are better ones. A mobile app to manage your alerts, to acknowledge your alerts. Mobile app would be quite nice, I guess. And status updates, two-way status updates. If you, as an on-call engineer in the middle of the night, handle an issue, wouldn't it be nice to acknowledge it directly from your mobile phone so that people in the US at their daytime see, okay, this is the status of the problem, so somebody will take care so that you don't get another wake-up call in the middle of the night. And it goes beyond notifications and alerting. Ticketing is a big topic, right? So some play it like monitoring, ticketing, alerting. Others play it monitoring, alerting, ticketing. Maybe you would like to do a combination. So monitoring and have the alert and the ticket at the same time. No-code integration. I recently read this on Reddit. There was a question about how can I integrate a no-code tool with my monitoring. Enrichment. An on-call engineer in the middle of the night, he or she needs all the information that is required to resolve an issue. So maybe you get some host information from a CMDB, from a knowledge base, and put it into the alert text before sending it out. Reporting is a big topic, and AI, no presentation without AI, I guess. For example, for alert summaries. Yeah, so maybe you have an article extracted from a knowledge base, and you would like to provide a summary so that everything is visible at the first sight. Or translations for people speaking different languages to make it easier at the first sight as well to recognize what the problem is about. And of course, there is no limit to your own ideas, and at the end of the presentation, hopefully you will be able to create your own notification package for Checkmk. But first of all, maybe you want to check if something like what you're looking for is already available. So check out Checkmk, check out Checkmk Exchange. There's a search, and there are a lot of packages available already. This is one example here. And you can download it from Checkmk Exchange, import it to your Checkmk, and this is how it looks like. This is what I have created. And how did I do that? Well, first of all, I read the documentation thoroughly. Yeah, no, I didn't. I downloaded a package. There are also sample packages available, Hello World examples. And I checked out this MKP file. And to my delight, it is a zipped file containing a couple of other files. At the top here, you see some files containing general information, some meta information, a name, version information, some links, a description. At the bottom, you have a file that represents your configuration parameters like an API file. This is a Python file here, but you can use, or you should use, a YAML file now, which makes things even easier. And in the middle, there is also a Python file containing all the logic. In my case, I just wanted to send a HTTP request to Signal4 in order to trigger the alert. So I thought, cool, I change everything accordingly, put everything together into my MKP file, and it didn't work. So I read the documentation. The documentation is actually very good. There are two main things you can do to create an MKP file. One is a command line. So there is a command line tool. And the other one, I really like it a lot. So the other one is to create the MKP file directly from the graphical user interface of Checkmk, unless you have the raw edition where this option is not available. So here is how it looks like. You see what is in the two topmost files from the previous slide. The information like name, version number, some link to a GitHub repository if you like, description. And then here you have available files, and you can just put your Python file or your configuration file into a certain directory on the Checkmk server, and Checkmk will automatically display those files for you here. And then you can move them from available to selected. That means they are now part of your MKP file. Save the file, export the file, share the file with whomever you like. You can even make it publicly available on Checkmk Exchange, and you're good to go. Coming to the Python file, so how does this Python file look like? And this is a very, very simplified example. The Python file is called by Checkmk each time a problem on a service or a host is detected. And not only if a problem is detected, but for all status changes. So it allows you to send out a notification or send out an alert, but also to close an alert for the according status. At the top, you can access all the parameters like the service, host, the status information. Then you can assemble those values into your message text. In my case, it's a JSON file or JSON structure, and then use standard Python methodology to send the request. This is what you can do, and of course you can do other things in between, so request information from a CMDB first or whatever you like to do. One important note, and that was a pitfall for me, make sure this file is executable. Otherwise, it won't work. Some tips and tricks here. Check out the documentation. It really makes sense, and it gives you a good overview, and maybe you want to start here. But also, maybe have a look at different available MKP files that are on Checkmk Exchange. There are samples, as I've mentioned, so the Hello World example, I think there are even more Hello World examples. So you can check out those. The community is super helpful. So the community on checkmk.com. There is also a lot of things going on Reddit. And of course, right now, if you're here at the conference, you can talk to the people directly. So thank you, everybody, supporting me in the room, in the community. That was very helpful. Another thing that was super helpful for me was this little button here, the green little button. Yeah, so this is, when you have created a notification rule, a simple option to just test this notification. Yeah, for me, it's really making my life easier. Yeah, so not everybody tool has this option, especially if you are just having a test environment, a virtual machine with not too much monitoring going on. This is very helpful. Tanya, thank you. Tanya and team, thank you. Logging, yeah, so you can test the Python functionality outside of Checkmk before implementing it in the package. And what I find useful as well is a request bin. So you send your request not to your tool, like, I don't know, push over Telegram where you don't have logging, but you send it to a request bin, a website providing you a URL, and you see what you have sent, and that makes things clearer. All right, maybe one thing back. By the way, you can also, and this is what some people in this room have done, you can also use an existing MKP file, like the Signal4 one, and extend it with additional information or with additional functionality. Yeah, so that's also possible, and you can use it according to your needs. Right, now you're able to send notifications from Checkmk to whatever notification tool you are using, and it doesn't stop here. In Checkmk, you can acknowledge or annotate host or service problems. And this is very helpful, as I have mentioned the example, so to have everybody on the same page, the guy in Europe and the guy in the US, the guy in front of the dashboard and the mobile worker. And what you see here is an acknowledgement and an annotation, and this can be done very easily using the API, the Checkmk API, and what you see here is indeed all you need to acknowledge a host problem along with a notification or along with a comment. You can test this in your favorite tools, Visual Studio Code, Postman, curl, and now you have a two-way integration, a notification or alert, and the way back. That's it. So if you need more than email or SMS, check out what's available in Checkmk, check out Checkmk Exchange, and now you're able to build your own extensions to send notifications from Checkmk and even to send status informations, status updates back to Checkmk. That's it from my side. Happy monitoring, happy alerting, and thank you very much.
All right. Not sure whether it's a question or an offer by Moritz, but he's asking what features would MKP creation via CLI need to be an acceptable replacement for the GUI page?
Well, that's a good question. I think it would need a GUI, right? So I'm not sure. So from my perspective, all the functionality is there, but it's just like a convenience thing. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my take on it.
It's your opportunity to basically get features now for free. Because Moritz really wants to move people to the command line tool for MKP creation, and that the GUI is only there for installing and disabling MKPs.
Yeah. Yeah, so I like the GUI very much, so, but of course...
All right. There's a question on the capabilities of Signal4 with regards to monitoring. Maybe you elaborate a little bit on what Signal4 can do and cannot do.
Yeah, outbound heartbeats. Yeah, that's a good question. So indeed, we heard in the previous talk about the SMS modem. And the SMS modem is there because you want to be independent from the internet, right? And with heartbeats, you can do a similar thing, not the same thing necessarily, but a similar thing. So you can send heartbeats from Checkmk or from the Checkmk machine at least, yeah, to a monitoring, to an alerting tool like Signal 4. And if a heartbeat is missing, then send an alert to a team, in this case probably the network team, because they need to check if the internet connection is down. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. So the background of the question is probably the newsletter from OpsGenie, that OpsGenie goes out of operation in May 2027. And yes, you can migrate, and there is a possibility directly in Checkmk to integrate Signal 4 super quickly, and it is possible, yeah.
How can the Signal 4 integration in Checkmk be modified?
The Checkmk is Signal 4 is directly part of the core product of Checkmk, but it's also available in Checkmk Exchange as a notification package. And all the files are available on GitHub, so you can create your own copy of it, and you can modify it. Yeah? So you can just have a look at the Python code there and set the title to something different if you like, and then use your modified package in Checkmk.
I think the next question is in a similar direction between what you get from the exchange and what is already delivered as the normal connection method.
Well, the reason why there are two versions is more or less it's a timing issue. Yeah? So for us, if a customer comes to us and says, yeah, we need to do this and that, and there is something missing or not working as expected, we can update the version in Checkmk Exchange quicker than we are able to do a pull request, and that's the main reason why there are two versions.
And maybe last question in interest of time and lunch planned. Marcel is asking, how do you access the Checkmk API if you're not in the same network?
Yeah, if you are in the public internet, for example, yeah, so if you have a notification service that sits in the public internet, you basically need to open a port to talk to Checkmk if Checkmk is on premise. That is hard sometimes. It might be a little bit different if you're using the cloud version of Checkmk, so that might make things a little bit easier. But yeah, I guess you need to talk to your network team in order to use a proxy or something.
All right. Many thanks
Thank you
for your presentation.
So before you all run out for lunch, I have two important service announcements. Number one, if you haven't gotten your Checkmk Conference t-shirt and goodie, you have until the end of lunch break to collect it. It's at the check-in. We will close that room around 2 p.m. or 1:45, so use the opportunity now. And the second service announcement, I'm looking for Moritz, the creator of pull request 713. If you are there, you can meet me there. We should discuss something about your pull request.
So the next block of talks is over. I think it was super great, super interesting. Always nice to hear from the actual users of Checkmk and people who work with Checkmk so much. So what do you think about the talk so far? What was your favorite one? What do you think are interesting topics that can be discussed in relation to that? Please let us know in the chat, and yeah, I hope you have a really nice lunch break. We'll see you back here at 13:40. Guten Appetit. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the conference so far, and see you soon. and welcome back. Hope you had a great break and now ready for the next several talks. So now Jörg Herbel, Team Lead Development from Checkmk, and Simon Meggle, Product Manager from Checkmk, will share the updates on synthetic monitoring, after which Simon will dive deeper into synthetic monitoring at geodata provider LGB. Then the talks will finish with the traditional and much awaited talk by Martin Hirschvogel. What's next for Checkmk Part 1? So let's begin.
Welcome back, everyone. This morning, we heard some fascinating examples of users using Checkmk. I hope you got some insights from that. And we saw earlier also how the city of Munich is using the new synthetic monitoring functionality of Checkmk. And you could already see what we can already do with it. However, we haven't stopped there. We did a lot of improvements for synthetic monitoring with Checkmk 2.4. And for that, we have the developer and the product manager for that. We have Jörg and Simon, who will show you what we have done for Checkmk 2.4 for synthetic monitoring.
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice to see all of you again here. Next couple of minutes, Simon and I will speak about synthetic monitoring with Checkmk 2.4. And to start with, I would like to ask a little question. Who among you has already at least taken a look at synthetic monitoring in Checkmk? If you have, please raise your hand. Okay, nice. It's actually more hands than I expected, I admit. Checkmk 2.4, we really worked hard to improve this number, and I will now give you a little product update, and then Simon will also give you a commercial update. So let's jump right into the product update. This, what we see here, is the typical synthetic monitoring workflow that is already available in Checkmk 2.3. So you develop your test, you then deploy you then configure Checkmk to run the test on your test nodes, and you monitor the results. And with version 2.4, we mainly focused on the run and monitor areas to further streamline this workflow and also to facilitate deployment and configuration. So more specifically, we have 4 new features that I would like to present. We have managed robots to facilitate robot deployment. We have Linux support to extend your test coverage. We have support for offline environments. And in the area of monitoring the test results, we have KPI, key performance indicator monitoring. I will now discuss each of these topics in a bit more detail, starting with managed robots. We have already seen this workflow, develop, run, and monitor. So after you've developed your synthetic test, so your actual robot framework source code, in Checkmk 2.3, there were 2 manual steps that you had to do. On the one hand, you had to deploy your test definitions, so your source code, your robot framework source code, to your test nodes. And on the other hand, you had to configure the Checkmk bakery rule and deploy the agent package. From then on, Checkmk could take over, so it can prepare your test nodes, build Python environments for you if you want to. Will then schedule the tests at the defined intervals and monitor the results. With managed robots, we focused on this deploy tests to test nodes manually step. So in a nutshell, managed robots offer the option to upload your test definitions to Checkmk, bake them into your agent package, and then deploy them together with the agent package, such that you don't have to manually move them to your test nodes. And next couple of slides will now take a bit of a closer look at this feature and see how this actually looks in practice. So we have a new page in Checkmk, Central Robot Management. And here we have 2 managed robots at the moment, checkmk.com.de and checkmk.com.en. This page, you can administrate them, so you can create new ones, edit existing ones, or delete them. And we will now go ahead and create a new managed robot. So we get to this dialog here. We give the managed robot a name and a description if we want to. Then we get to this upload field. And here, we upload what we call a robot package. So that's an archive that contains your test definitions, your robot framework source code, and optionally additional resources, for example, an environment manifest that RobotMK can use to build Python runtime environments. Okay, so we upload our robot package. Can be either a tar.gz or a zip archive. And once we have done that, then there are a lot of additional configuration options. For example, there is here the path within your archive to your test definitions, or there is the path to your environment manifest if you want RobotMK to build your Python runtime environments, or there's this robot framework variable down here. So I don't want to go through all of these options in detail. You also don't have to read them. The point is, you can configure everything here that RobotMK needs to deploy and run your test. So all in this page. Okay, now we have a managed robot. We now go ahead and use it in a bakery rule. So we create a new RobotMK bakery rule. And OK, we give it a description and so on. Now the interesting part happens down here, where you have this drop-down, either manual robot, that is what we already had available in 2.3, or managed robot. That's the new thing. So if we select managed robot here, then we go to a drop-down where we see all the managed robots that we have currently available. We currently have one, and we select that, and we can either deploy this managed robot as is, without any further configuration, or if we want to, we can override the settings that we configured in the previous dialog. So we see here we already have the settings from the previous dialog filled in as defaults, and we can, for example, decide to change this tracking ID, this robot framework variable, to a different value if we want to. And once we're happy with our configuration, we can go ahead, bake our agent package, and this baked agent package will now include our test definitions. And when we deploy this agent package to a test node, then RobotMK can actually go ahead, schedule your test, and you'll get the test results in Checkmk in your monitoring. And you can also use the agent bakery to update your robot. So if you upload a new version of a managed robot, then you will get new agent packages. And if you use the agent updater, then you'll get the update automatically to your test nodes. OK, this much about managed robots. So now we stay in the area of test execution, and we move to the next new feature, Linux support. So in Checkmk 2.3, we had Windows support for RobotMK, and now with Checkmk 2.4, we also have Linux support. And luckily, there's actually not that much to say about it. So there's a new bakery rule. We see it here, RobotMK scheduler Linux. And there's only one difference compared to Windows. There's no headed execution. The reason is simply that there are really very few business applications for Linux desktops, so there's no demand for it. The managed robots feature that we just saw is supported for Linux. And there's one technical detail that I want to mention. If you deploy RobotMK to a Linux node, then we'll get a new systemd unit down here. And this systemd unit is responsible for setting up your nodes, so for example, creating Python runtime environments, and for then scheduling your synthetic tests. From then on, there's no further difference between Linux and Windows. So in terms of services and monitoring rules, everything is the same. OK, this is what I had to say about Linux support. We move to the next new feature. We've been quite busy in 2.4. We stay in the area of running your tests, and we move now to offline environments. So now we're talking about test nodes that don't have an internet connection. You've already heard that RobotMK can provide Python runtime environments for your synthetic tests. So general robot framework is Python-based. So to execute a synthetic test, you need at least Python. Now in this standard mode here, that is already available in 2.3, RobotMK will download dependencies from the internet. And this, of course, doesn't work on test nodes that don't have an internet connection. And to support such use cases, we now put dedicated time into this for 2.4. So in Checkmk 2.3, what you had to do is you had to administrate Python runtime environments by hand in this case. And that can be quite a nightmare, especially if you want to have multiple of them next to each other. So in version 2.4, what you can do is you can pre-build them on a client that has internet access, one or many, and you can export them to your offline nodes, for example, as a zip archive. And RobotMK can then use these exported environments to execute your synthetic tests, and this removes the need to administrate environments by hand. And again, especially if you have multiple of them next to each other, that can be quite a pain. OK, then we move to the fourth new feature that I want to talk about. That is now in the area of monitoring your test results. Now we talk about KPI, key performance indicator monitoring. So what we see over here is a typical robot framework test definition. The test is called CRM1, and it consists of 2 steps, 2 keywords. The first keyword creates a new customer in the CRM system, and the second keyword tests the response of this operation. And with RobotMK or Checkmk 2.3, you get one service that monitors the entire status of this test. So what you see is, of course, did the test pass or did it fail? And also the runtime of the test. Now, suppose that you are maybe a managed service provider and you provide this CRM system as a service to your client. Then, okay, yeah, you are interested in the overall status, but you're maybe also interested specifically in this operation here. So for example, how long does this operation take? Is the system sufficiently responsive? Do I fulfill my service level agreements? And with Checkmk 2.4, what you can do now is you can configure Checkmk to monitor dedicated keywords in separate services. Such keywords that you want to monitor separately, we call them KPIs, key performance indicators. So in this case here, you would still get the service that monitors the test as a whole, and you would get an additional service that specifically monitors this create new customer step. So the status of this operation, of course, in this case also pass, and also the runtime, and you can also set thresholds on the runtime. And it is, of course, up to you to decide what your actual KPIs are. So you have the complete freedom to configure for what keywords, so for what steps in your test you want to create additional KPI services. Okay, so those were the 4 new features. We saw now managed robots, we saw Linux support and offline environments, and now we just took a look at KPI monitoring. And with that, I hand over to Simon for a commercial update.
Yeah, thanks, Jörg, for the technical insights. We have also good news regarding the pricing model and what you get for your subscription. But before that, we have to talk about the tests, because the tests are the basis for your subscription. What is a test and how many tests do you need? Let me give you an example. Let's say you want to monitor the Checkmk website. You are interested in the page as a whole, if the pricing calculator works, and if the most recent packages can be downloaded. There are 2 ways to implement this. You could either create one single test covering these 3 aspects together. The robot framework log file would look like this. You're getting one test, and below that, the 3 keywords covering these aspects. And in Checkmk, you would discover one RobotMK service representing the test. And this also means you have exactly one test to notify your teams for failures in these 3 aspects. So if something goes critical, you have to inspect the robot framework log file to see the real cause of the error. The second approach is that you cover each of these 3 aspects with a single test case, with a dedicated test case. Instead, the robot framework log file then contains 3 test cases, and in Checkmk, 3 services are discovered. And now we have more flexibility, more control about the notifications, because you can assign different contact groups to these services and notify different teams. You can also represent different steps in a workflow, for example, for an ordering process, and use these statuses of these services then in BI aggregations, Nagivis maps, dashboards, views, and so on. So to conclude this, there is no right or wrong. From my experience, a test should always be the smallest possible sequence of actions which can be executed isolated. This is the concept I always follow. It's of course possible to combine more of these aspects in one big test case, but always at the cost at granularity. KPI keywords, which we have already learned, are a great way to kind of compensate this, but keep in mind, keywords are not a replacement for test cases, so you cannot really save subscription costs by that, because test cases play a special role in robot framework and work differently than the keywords. So now to the important question, how much does it cost? To determine the number of services, you just have to sum up all the RobotMK services across your instances, across your sites. So it doesn't matter if you have one Checkmk site with 30 RobotMK services or 2 sites with 15 each. The total number is what counts. A subscription starts with 15 tests at 1,620 euros per year. And since Checkmk 2.4, we have also the keyword discovery. So with every test service, you're also getting 5 keywords to discover for free. So to stay in the example of 30 tests, you are getting 150 keywords more to discover, more statuses to discover and to use in your Checkmk. So this doesn't only give you more flexibility, you're also getting more for your subscription fee. It's also important to know that the number of test cases is the only metric we are using to determine the size of your subscription. At competitors, you're paying for every single transaction. And if you, for example, increase the execution interval, costs will go up. If you add more steps to a test, costs will go up. Not with synthetic monitoring and Checkmk, you're completely free at the execution interval and the total length of your tests. And we think this is a very transparent and fair pricing model. So with that being said, the price per test per month is at 9 euros, and we are giving strong volume discounts from 50 services and more. And while we are talking about the prices, think of it this way. You don't pay for synthetic monitoring. You invest. You invest in trust, in uptime, and peace of mind. Maxi and Basti have already shown it, and you will also see it in my next talk when I show the customer LGB. There is so much added value in synthetic monitoring, and the costs for an unplanned outage can be higher. Finally, I want to mention that we have updated the official documentation of synthetic monitoring regarding RCC, the creation of Python environments, KPI, keyword discovery, and so on. And also based on your user requests, we have created a repository on GitHub containing a lot of robot framework examples where you can play around and learn how robot framework works. And speaking of learning, in spring, I launched a comprehensive training program about the whole topic of synthetic monitoring. It covers a 2-day intensive training about robot framework itself. It also covers how to write stable web selectors, which also the guys from the city of Munich mentioned. It's very important how to write web-based tests, desktop-based tests, and in the end, how to integrate all this stuff into Checkmk with the help of RobotMK. And I'm really happy that since this year, I'm an accredited trainer for the official Robot Framework Certification, RFCP. And the training also prepares you for this exam, which you can do afterwards if you want. All these trainings will be covered, will be announced right after the conference on the Checkmk training page, where you can book them. We have already a waiting list, and if you are interested, then step by to the knowledge fair stand. Yeah, with that being said, I'm at the end of our presentation, and now we are looking forward to your questions.
Many thanks. Simon, I guess the first question ties nicely to what you said last about the training options. But in general, Uwe says he sees a big hurdle using RobotMK. What is the best and easiest way to get started?
Yeah, so I agree. It's not straightforward. It's a new language. Yeah, you have something to learn, but in the end, it's easy. And I would highly recommend just to start with the examples we have now in the repository. Just play around with the parameters, and you will very soon get familiar with the keyword-driven syntax. Spoiler to the next talk, you will see how the keywords really help you to use the whole power of the Python code, which is below. So use the examples and also the documentation, which guides you through the first steps with RCC and so on.
Another question to the licensing. In the 2.4, are there still 3 tests included for free?
Yeah, thanks for the question. 3 test services are always for free, and this is enough to play around and get familiar with it.
Then the next question is about a GUI version of creating the robots, like recording the clicks and the likes. Is this planned for the future?
No. There were attempts of different companies and open source volunteers to create such a no-code or low-code environment. The approaches were good, but in the end, they all failed at the last mile because Robot Framework is very flexible, very versatile, and it's really hard to pack all this into an application which is user-friendly and at the same time keeps all this flexibility. Yeah? So I would stick with VS Code, and it's easier than you think.
Then we have a critical question on the pricing model, whether it contradicts the suggested best practice around writing tests and on kind of the level you write a test, but at the same time then translates in less tests means less costs.
I think this refers to especially to the keyword discovery. Yes, it's true. So you could some of the tests you have currently also discover as keywords if you want. Yeah? But as said before, there is a conceptual difference between the keywords and the test cases. It would take too long to explain this here, but there is a difference, and you will see when it's a good idea to stick with the test case and when it makes sense to discover a keyword.
All right, we are running a little bit out of time. We keep the questions. We will have some time after the second part of your presentation. But Jörg, to you, thank you for presenting the new features in the 2.4 on synthetic monitoring. And now we see a customer example.
Right.
Thanks.
Can I have the speaker notes, please? Great. So, imagine an online portal for whistleblowers to submit information about harbor crime like drug smuggling. And it shows the authorities an empty inbox. No messages. No crime? This happened in Germany, Bremen. And witnesses tried to use the system for several years, but their messages were never read due to a misconfigured subsystem. And until a defendant mentioned this in court. And this is the perfect entry to my talk, because monitoring on application level is not a nice to have. It's essential. Because applications which look nice on the surface can fail silently. So welcome to my talk. A talk about a Checkmk customer, LGB, which uses synthetic monitoring to keep their applications available and functioning. So what is LGB? In one slide, LGB is the official geospatial data provider in the state of Brandenburg, Germany. And they are providing a wide range of services, over 500, to customers like administration, business, and the public. And I'm very happy that Carsten Schöki from the LGB is here with us today. Give him a big round of applause. Welcome, Carsten.
Hello.
Carsten, kannst du in ein paar Sätzen eure Monitoring-Landschaft beschreiben? Can you briefly explain your monitoring landscape in a few words?
Ja, gerne. Wir sind Checkmk-Kunde schon seit vielen, vielen Jahren, so als Anfangszeiten, so ich glaube 2010. Nutzen seitdem intensiv in unseren beiden Rechenzentren Frankfurt-Oder und Berlin im Land Brandenburg die Checkmk. haben Staging-basiert 2 Umgebungen, einmal für Test und einmal für Produktion. Immer eine zentrale Wartung-Site und 3 Satelliten hinten dran, die Checks ausführen. Haben in der Produktionszeit ungefähr 1000 Servern oder Netzwerkknoten, die wir überwachen mit so ungefähr 50.000 Services. Und zusätzlich seit 2 Jahren 30 End-to-End Synthetic Monitoring Checks.
So many years ago, they migrated from Nagios to Checkmk, and they're running 2 data centers in Frankfurt and Berlin with 2 environments, each with a central site and 3 satellite sites. They're running over 50,000 services and plus around 30 RobotMK services. Carsten, second question. Zweite Frage. Wie sah es bei euch vor der Einführung von Synthetic Monitoring aus? How did things look like before you introduced Synthetic Monitoring?
Ja, wir haben natürlich auch schon sehr, sehr viel probiert, weil wir ja sehr lange im Monitoring unterwegs sind. Von Sakuli, Webinject, Auto-IT, wie die ganzen Tools so alle hießen, haben wir sehr viel ausprobiert. Leider sind wir immer wieder an der Komplexität gescheitert, speziell in der Integration in Checkmk. Wie wird es angezeigt, was hat die Fachabteilung daraus zu entnehmen, wenn ein Fehler da ist, und die Komplexität war leider für uns zu hoch und das Aufwand-Nutzen-Verhältnis war einfach nicht mehr gegeben, dass wir dann eigentlich immer wieder aufgegeben haben, bis RobotMK kam.
So they always had the need to monitor their portals and viewers from an end-user perspective. They tried different tools like Webinject and Sakuli, but it was in the end always too much tinkering and too much effort to maintain this all, and the integration in Checkmk was always very poor. Dritte, letzte Frage, Carsten, warum habt ihr euch dann für Synthetic Monitoring entschieden? Why did you finally decide for Checkmk Synthetic Monitoring?
Also primär die angemängelte Integration in Checkmk, MKP installiert, regelbasiert, das jeder kennt, regelbasiert eingestellt und letztendlich, wenn man sich ein bisschen auskennt mit den Robot-Skripten, geht das relativ schnell an den Start. Der zweite Hauptgrund war Robot Framework an sich, ist Open Source, sehr lange am Markt und dadurch, um Vendor-Logs so ein bisschen zu vermeiden, haben wir uns für Robot Framework und diese Implementierung entschieden. Und zu guter Letzt, was ich auch immer an den anderen Tools schon immer ein bisschen bemängelt habe, diese Sichtbarkeit in Checkmk. Also wenn ein Fehler auftritt, wie kann der End-User, also der Fachadministrator, sehen, wo ist der Fehler, wie kann ich es reproduzieren und wie weiß ich, was letztendlich zum Ausfall führte. Und diese Logfiles und auch diese Screenshots, die da letztendlich jetzt drin sind, die sind einfach genial.
So Carsten mentions 3 reasons. The first reason is the rule-based approach from Checkmk, which is also used to configure RobotMK. This is a toolset everyone in the team knows already. Then Robot Framework as an open source tool prevents you from a vendor login, and it keeps you flexible and to use different technologies. It's not fixed to a technology. And lastly, the integration, the visibility of logs, of runtimes, and also the embedded screenshots is what they really appreciate. Carsten, vielen Dank, dass du hier bist, und vielen Dank auch, dass wir dieses tolle Kundenprojekt heute in der Öffentlichkeit zeigen dürfen. Many thanks to you and the LGB for your willingness to be available. Thank you very much. So, with RGB as a customer example, I want to give you now answers to 3 questions I'm often getting from customers in trainings and so on, and I want to step directly into the first one, the big why. Why synthetic monitoring with Robot Framework? Robot Framework, this open source tool, is, let's say, the hidden hero in this whole story, because it's very flexible, and RobotMK is, let's say, only the glue between these great tools, Checkmk and Robot Framework. And you will see now in the first example how Robot Framework is used to test an application called DaCapo. In DaCapo, users can get information about the cadastral system of Brandenburg, and it's always needed for property sales, taxation, building permits, and so on. So let's go and let our robot run. The robot opens the portal, goes to ordering, Now it logs in with a so-called Bund ID, a special kind of authentication for all citizens in Germany. After that, it selects to get an information about a certain parcel of land. It enters the exact address of the parcel. And after that, it clicks on search. And when the result is loaded, the test closes. And what you see now is Visual Studio Code opening automatically the log file, the HTML log from Robot Framework. And you can now expand all the nodes, all the keywords which were executed with their runtime and status. If we look again on the log file, you will see that it's super easy to read, but you will have the question in mind, where does Robot Framework know what it has to execute? And this is hidden in the keywords. The keywords can be nested inside other keywords, and I want to explain you my approach, how I organize the keywords in my customer projects to keep the code very maintainable. I always use 3 levels. On the lowest level, I group the atomic technical keywords into sequences which I call the application keywords. And even if this looks a little bit technical, it hides away all the complexity of Python code which is running behind the curtain, right? And this is the great thing about Robot Framework. You are using the whole automation power of Python without writing any Python code, right? Then I organize multiple of these application keywords into larger coherent steps, which I call the logical step keywords. And you can already see how the readability increases. We have only human-readable keywords with arguments. And these logical step keywords are then my building blocks to create the test cases. So as a conclusion, we can say the keyword-driven syntax makes it possible to write technical code in a way that it becomes readable just like a user story. Another thing, if you want to click on a button, you expect the application to react immediately, right? But modern web applications oftentimes are loading data asynchronously from APIs. When the robot in Da Capo clicks on search, I don't know when the map has finished loading, but I know when the browser has finished loading the data from the API. Robot Framework, or better, the browser library based on Playwright, provides a so-called promise. Think of a promise like a kind of parallel side track you can use to wait for a certain condition. And this makes it possible to continue the test only when the data from the API have been loaded. I can highly recommend this browser library based on Playwright instead of using Selenium. It's very flexible and even with modern web applications, very, very powerful. At the Synthetic Monitoring Knowledge Fair stand, I have created a demo video which checks the Checkmk chat bot using exactly this method. Next insight, I want to show you how the Visual Studio Code Editor can greatly support you in your daily work with Robot Framework. At the LGB, for example, there are a number of applications which are all based on the same core application, the viewer application. And it's required to execute a number of tests on all these dedicated deployments. For example, searching a city, printing a map, planning a route, and so on. And you probably don't want to write now a total of 14 test suites because this would mean a lot of redundant and unmaintainable code. The solution is obvious. We are passing the viewer name, the viewer type, and the environment as variables to the Robot Framework code, and all the rest of the configuration is then loaded from a configuration, a YAML file. And this is where the robot code extension for Visual Studio Code is a great help. This extension allows you to create so-called profiles, which combine all these different parameter combinations for Robot Framework. And with these profiles, you can execute then your test cases. The next video shows you how I use these profiles to run a test in Visual Studio Code. There are different ways I can either run the complete suite, the collection of tests with these profiles, but I can also selectively run or debug a certain test. And here I'm executing the test Straßennetz roadmap in production. The aim of this test is to verify the functionality of the route planning feature. And after entering the start and destination, the test verifies that at the bottom of the page, there is an elevation profile shown, which is then the proof that the route has been planned. So far, I have shown the execution from Visual Studio Code. RobotMK, of course, or the scheduler of RobotMK, runs all these tests on dedicated Windows machines, headless in the background. And for their configuration, you don't have to touch these Windows machines. This is completely done in the bakery rule in Checkmk, where you enter the configuration data. And we see again, we are entering the environment and the viewer type as variables, which are then passed to Robot Framework as parameters. No need to touch the test client. And finally, insight number 3, I want to give you 2 examples for a great integration of Robot Framework into LGB. First, we have the feature managed robots, and I would highly recommend it to deploy your Robot Framework files to the test client. But if you have a lot of updates to your test code, this can put too much strain on the bakery. At LGB, they decided to use GitLab and GitLab runners. Whenever a developer pushes a commit to GitLab, the runner then pulls the newest commits from the GitLab server and then synchronizes the downloaded commits with the local base directory of RobotMK. And in that way, the commits are getting nearly in real time on the test machine. The second example shows you how versatile Robot Framework is. At the LGB, there are 2 applications maintained and developed by an external service provider. And whenever there is a new release, the guys at LGB have to run acceptance tests to verify that this new version is still working as expected. And also these acceptance tests are based on Robot Framework. And I couldn't explain the advantages any better than Marvin Coles, application admin at LGB, who says, the big win for us is that the same robot scripts work for both acceptance testing and synthetic monitoring, and everyone can read and understand them. Finally, I want to give you a little tour through the monitoring dashboard, the synthetic monitoring dashboard at LGB. In the top left corner, you see some statistic data, number of test nodes, number of past tests. Right of that, there is only 1 scheduler running currently in production. Here we have a table of all the scheduled plans, what the schedule executes. We have multiple instances of the viewer, and we have a variant field to make them unique. Then we have a table with the 5 longest test run times. Below that, a graph with all the test run times. Right of that, all the test cases. And here we actually have a failed test. To inspect the log file, I click on the blue icon, which then opens the HTML log file of Robot Framework directly inside of Checkmk. And here we see a screenshot of the failed application embedded into the HTML log file, which makes it very easy to see where the error really occurred. So this was a brief and a very fast insight into LGB's monitoring landscape with RobotMK. And I want to close this with a quote from Carsten Schöcke, which he once sent me via email. The strength of synthetic monitoring is to show whether the whole system is working together. The whole band has to play, and no musician must drop out. And I like that very much, because sometimes it takes a while to notice when an instrument drops out. But when the solo part comes, it's impossible to ignore the silence. So synthetic monitoring is not a nice to have, as you have probably seen. It's essential, because systems which look nicely on the surface can fail silently. Thank you very much.
Hey Simon, We will not have time for Q&A for you.
I know.
But you can ask Simon at the break. You can also write in the forum a thread. He looks at the forum quite a lot. And if there's something, he's always approachable for any question regarding synthetic monitoring.
Right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Den brauche ich. Ah, den brauche ich. Dankeschön. Okay. I always love the talks by Simon because he's so passionate about the topic. And it's always interesting for me to listen to that. I'm now here to start the final part of the Checkmk conference, and we always wrap up the conference with a talk about our roadmap. And yeah, I think I'm just going to kick it off. I made some last-minute changes because we have introduced a new offering to Checkmk yesterday, and that is Checkmk Prime Delivery. And you can basically ask on the conference for a feature and you get it delivered next day. Who of you wanted the hardware-software inventory REST API? Raise your hand, who wanted that? Yes. And now look at that. Yesterday at, can't see the time, I think at 3:58, Simon wrote that piece. It's not completely done because OneTech still has to say okay. But I think we will probably in the next days have the REST API endpoint for that. Yeah, that's our new feature for the Checkmk conference. And thanks, Simon, because I think this is a really cool initiative that you did. And that's also basically a transition into how we think about building Checkmk. Because for us, it's quite important that we build Checkmk for you. It's not a tool for us. Yeah? It's a tool which should help you. So we always need to listen to what you actually need and what you want and how we can make that right. And for that, it's also important to understand for you how we do the roadmap and how these things come together. And therefore, I'm just going to give a short overview on how we make the Checkmk roadmap. And the first piece as an input for that is we have a product vision. Jan spoke about it. I will also repeat it in a second. But that is an important piece because it gives us a direction where we want to head with Checkmk. It gives us a perspective over the next 5 years what we want to achieve, because things sometimes take some time until we really get there. And that's a little bit our product vision so that we know what do you actually want to achieve with Checkmk. The other thing is the conference, and as you have seen, we listen to your feedback, we actually collect your feedback at the knowledge fair. Every time when we do the roadmap, we go through all the conference votings. We remember actually we also created in our Jira tool now a epic where we have collected all the feedback which we've got, every developer, every product manager, every consultant who basically got discussions from you and had basically got an idea from you guys. We basically put it into that epic inside Jira so that we can track and discuss internally how we can follow up on these things. So it's really important to us what you say to us. Then all of you have decided for Checkmk at some point, but not everyone has decided for Checkmk. And our sales team actually knows the people who at some point said Checkmk is not the right tool for them. And our goal is obviously that we get more and more people to use Checkmk. So we also listen to our sales team if they have an idea, if they learned something during a discussion with a customer who didn't actually go for Checkmk. We basically also take that into our roadmap. And then we have our support engineers, and that's always a journey. When you start as a support engineer at Checkmk and you used to be a Checkmk admin before, then you, as a Checkmk admin, you think it works quite okay, right? When you then become a Checkmk support engineer and you get all the support tickets, you start to lose your mind because you think, how many bugs does the software have? How many problems does the software have? That's why it's for us very important that we listen to our support engineers and start to fix topics they encounter over and over again. For example, that's why we fixed also the automation user, because they saw that over and over again in the product. Then we have, I think, around 60 software developers at Checkmk who need to work efficiently with the software, who need to be efficient at work. So it's quite important that we also do things which make their life easier, because every minute they save in working on Checkmk, they can produce more stuff. So in every roadmap, and that's stuff we don't talk about here, there's also stuff we didn't talk about yesterday, but we always do fundamental changes to the architecture of Checkmk in every release. You'll only see if stuff doesn't work anymore. That's typically one of the outfalls of that, but it helps us in the end to become more efficient and productive. And the good thing is engineers always look at quality. That's very important, because in the end we want a high quality product, and they always force us to reduce tech debt, which is very good. And we also talk a little bit about what kind of tech debt we will solve as part of Checkmk 2.5. And lastly, we have the Ideas Portal. And the Ideas Portal is also something every release, every roadmap cycle, we look at it, we think, what are all the topics in it? Where can we get inspiration? What are things which really matter to users? And then we can consider that. And in the end, this is a huge list of topics which we have. I think this time was more than 500 items which we collected before. And then the difficult piece starts, because we have to boil it down, we have to reduce it, because we can't do 500 things. And some of them are super large, some of them are super small. So what we actually do is we boil them down into what we call initiatives. Initiatives are larger topics, are basically something where we then also can give more freedom to the individual teams to then come up how they want to solve something. And initiatives give you basically an idea what kind of topic do we want to solve, but we don't say yet how we solve that. And once we have formed these initiatives, and it's typically around 10 per release, we start to look again, for example, at the Ideas Portal. And because at that point we have said, last year we want to fix notifications. Then, when we said, okay, let's fix notifications, we look into the Ideas Portal, what ideas do users have around notifications? And then we incorporate that into the decision-making process to say, what should we actually do? We also have a quite big UX backlog, because every time Tanya and her team speak to users, a lot of things come up. And we also consider them, because we say, hey, if you have some topic, some initiative which we want to solve, is there something which we can incorporate from that backlog into it? And that, in the end, provides a roadmap. But there's one step before. Yeah? In product management, you do at some point something like discovery. And in discovery, you do a lot of user feedback. You do surveys, you talk to users, and as part of that, you understand how you should really do it. So that's basically the last step. And only then we have a roadmap, and only then we decide what we actually do. So it's a long step before we actually get productive, because this is important, because in the end, it is key that we do the things right and that we do the right things. And speaking about the Ideas Portal, I think it's always worth to refer to it, because I mention it all the time, and I want to highlight a couple of things about it. Yeah? The first thing, it's a great source of inspiration for us. We have one person who is looking at it all the time. Every morning, he checks the Ideas Portal. Is there something new? Is there a new comment? And takes care of them. Because we want to maintain that, and we want to have that as a good place where you can give us feedback and where you can share ideas. And they matter to us, and we need to, however, manage the expectations around it. Yeah? Because there are, I think, around 1,000 ideas now in it. We will not be able to do all of them. And the number of votes, they do matter, but they are not the only criterion. In the end, we always consider how much value does it produce and how much effort is it. And that balance we have to strike, because if something has a lot of value but has even higher effort, it's something which might lose against another topic which has maybe less value but almost no effort. That's always the balance which we need to strike. That's why also we do not work the Ideas Portal top-down. We'd rather decide, as you see before, directions, initiatives which we want to do, and then we get inspiration from the Ideas Portal on how we solve things within it. And let's take the positive spin out of it. If you look at it, 116 ideas have already been implemented. That's really a lot. And there are things in there which are super large. If you take a look at it, support piggyback from remote hosts. We had one team working for several months to get that done. That was not a simple thing. You heard Moritz yesterday how we solved it. And these are the things which we do. Every release, you see fake check results, which resulted in Checkmk 2.3 in test notifications as a feature. After that, Tanya said, we need to fix notifications as part of that. And so therefore we said, after 2.3, let's fix notifications. So that one single idea kept us busy for 2 releases. So I hope this also emphasizes it's an important piece for us. So be active, we really look at that test, at all the ideas. Now I mentioned the product vision, so I'll just reiterate on that. We basically look at the IT world in where are the workloads, so in a data center or in the cloud, and then what kind of workloads are there, infrastructure, applications, or the user experience. And these 2 lenses are really important for us because this shapes a little bit how we see the monitoring world and how we do our product vision. And for the one part, that's hybrid IT monitoring, so the ability to monitor anything in the data center and in the cloud. That's one of the key dimensions of how we decide on things. Then last year, we introduced synthetic monitoring. And this year, we went into the application space, into the application monitoring space. That follows the idea of full-stack observability. And along these 2 dimensions, we try to build a complete product. Let's first step into the hybrid IT monitoring piece. And now I have always a disclaimer, because the roadmap is subject to change. Whatever you see in the next slides might come for 2.5. We really try to do it, but things might change. Lars might come around with another idea in October, and then we might have to change things again, right? So you never know. That's why we will also see a couple of things which you have seen last year already, which we decided to put again on this year's roadmap, because just because we couldn't do it last year doesn't mean we shouldn't do it anymore. So some things might sound familiar, and some things we actually also decided last year we don't do it because we rather do them right instead of just rush them. So when it comes to our core product, to what really is the heart of Checkmk, we always have the following product principles. Yeah? And for us, that's the ability to monitor anything with a powerful configuration, with the ability to alert and analyze data, supported by a great user experience and extensible interfaces, running on a secure and scalable platform. And we jump into the monitor anything piece. And for that, also a short disclaimer, because how we do stuff in that area is that we have commissioned projects. So people come to us and say they want something. Every once in a while, we open up the queue. It somehow magically always fills itself. We have support requests. So whenever you do a support ticket and have a minor wish, we actually also fulfill them. And their code contributions, they can become quite big. For example, Andreas' Redfish mainline took Moritz, I think, 3 weeks to get done, right? Because there are a lot of things to make our CI happy, so that in the end we can properly test it all the time and that we can ensure it works as we need it. So these things, they take some time. These things are unplanned. That's why I can't talk about them, because I don't know with what idea someone comes around the next couple of months. We always basically have some flexibility around that. What I can talk about is strategic developments. Things which we say we need to do, and that's what we're going to talk about now. And for that, I have, again, a little framework. It looks really similar to before, and we talk about hardware in the beginning. And the first topic is about management boards. We already heard today new ways how you can monitor management boards with Checkmk. And if you're not aware of what management boards are, just a little refresher. Management boards are the little thing there, this controller, for example, and you can use them for remote management. They're often embedded, but it's important, it's typically an independent component. Yeah? It has very often its own network connection, so it basically runs independent. Yeah? It has a lot of helpful monitoring information It can access hardware sensors to see, for example, temperatures, fan speed, voltages, and so on. And in Checkmk, you can configure it like that, for example. So there is in the host properties an area called management board. We can then enter and to monitor it via IPMI or SNMP. And then in the end, you get this very nice view with all the management board information services next to the agent. That, however, has an issue, yeah? And it splits really the Checkmk community, because half of you probably say, yes, Martin, what you will say now is right. The other half will say, I don't understand why you think so. And therefore, I need to explain it a little bit again, yeah? If you think about it from a monitoring perspective, on a server, you might have the operating system where the agent is running. You can connect to it via a IP address. And on another IP address, you might be able to connect to the baseboard management controller. And the problem from a monitoring perspective is that how do you deal with states then? If, for example, as before, you have configured them in the same host, what happens if the baseboard management controller is down and the server's up, vice versa? Is it up or down? And the thing is, Checkmk is not quantum physics. We always need a clear state. We need a definite state. The other problem are duplicate services, and that is more a pain for our developers. And therefore, what we rather have in Checkmk is distinct hosts, because then one can be down while the other's up. Therefore, what we typically recommend is you do it as a dedicated host. You can use SNMP, IPMI, and now also Redfish for it. Has one drawback. They will not appear together in the UI. And last year, I already talked about that last year, right? Last year we had already ideas. We said, okay, let's think about it. How should it look like? We had some proposals internally, some design ideas. They looked like that, yeah? So just imagination, yeah? This is not how it will look like probably, but we had these internal ideas which we wanted to test with users, yeah? So maybe we just put some relationships in there between hosts. And maybe then we also put it into the services view, that we say, hey, how can we make that happen in the services view? Didn't like it too much because you lose a lot of space, yeah, in the view. So maybe something like that. And once we started going into the topic, we realized the UI piece you can get somehow done, but how about configuring it? Because in the end, what we want is that really in the configuration, it's two dedicated objects. They're independent. And in the UI, we connect them. But once you start thinking about that, you realize this is only one relationship style which you can have. A management board belonging to a server. But if you then start thinking about it, and that's what we did, we realize this is not the only relationship which we will have. We'll also need the relationship between other things. For example, the app server will be connected to a DB server typically. And so you start to think about modeling host relationships. And that's the moment where you think, okay, we need to get that right, because otherwise we have management boards 2.0, and it's something which will haunt us forever. And we thought, okay, how could you do that? So you need at least one option that you can set them explicitly, for example, the host properties. And then you have another Checkmk problem. Let's say you don't have that host configured yet, because you probably start first with the server and then with the management board. How do you do that? And we had basically the idea, let's add something under related hosts. We can then say, hey, what kind of relationship is it? I'm a management board, and the management board for that, you can then, for example, configure like that. However, that technology didn't exist back then yet. Now it exists. So now we can actually do that you can do that on the fly. So there are some prerequisites which led us that let's do that right, but let's therefore wait until this release, because now we can actually do it right. Because we need this ability to set hosts explicitly, but we also need the ability to set host relationships dynamically. So we, for example, need something like that you can say, hey, map all these hosts which fit that expression to these hosts. And also, what kind of relationship is it? And that can then become something really cool, because we can then start connecting hosts in the UI. How it will look like, we have a lot of opportunities to do. but we can have this relationship between hosts. And then the most important piece is that at some point we can also do that we can use that for alerting. Because this is, I think, one of the major pain points, that if a switch goes down or is gone, everything behind is also not reachable anymore. You can use parent-child relationships, of course, but it's not ideal. So therefore, we said for Checkmk 2.5, let's first get the UI connection done, because this is the one thing which we need to get rid of the host property feature of management boards. And then after that, let's utilize that functionality in the future to model host relationships for alerting. So one very big topic just for hardware. Let's talk about the next layer, virtualization. And in virtualization, we have to speak about one big topic, and that's VMware. And I don't know who of you is affected, but I think to almost every customer I speak to, they are affected by that. They basically talk about what can we do to get away from VMware. And these discussions led, for example, to the fact that the virtual appliance in Checkmk is now, or in the next 2 weeks, going to be available for Hyper-V, because it's something where we really see users saying, we need to move away from it. We get a lot of pressure inside the business to move away from VMware. And therefore, we also thought, how can we actually utilize that, or what do we need to do? Because we can either wait for you or move away from VMware to something else, and then go to us and say, hey, you need monitoring for that, or we are proactive about it. And therefore, we said, we looked a little bit into what software solution or what solution do users go to. And what we heard from you is basically 3 different areas. For the people looking for commercial solutions, most of them are looking for Hyper-V or Nutanix to go to from VMware. There's also another entire group of people who basically say, we used now the opportunity to go to an open source solution, and what we typically hear is Proxmox. And lastly, the people who basically say, let's just ditch that entirely and just go to cloud-native solutions, go to Kubernetes, or go to the cloud. And when we then looked at that, we said, okay, what is the consequence for us? How should we evaluate that? So we said, how good is our monitoring for these things? And so I think for Nutanix, thanks Andreas, the monitoring is now quite good. For Hyper-V, I would say it's okay. For Proxmox, it's also okay. For Kubernetes, obviously I have to say that, it's fantastic. And for our cloud monitoring, it's I think also quite okay. And but what do I mean actually with okay? Let's take a look at it. This is our Proxmox monitoring. And it's actually not bad, right? You get, together with the agent data, you get a couple of piggyback services, which give you, for example, information about the backup state. That's what you get for VMs. On the host system, you might get stuff like that. For example, that you get also agent data plus the data from Proxmox. And with the Ceph plugin, which we now have, you get actually quite rich information. So it's actually not bad, right? But if you compare it with our Nutanix monitoring or also with our vSphere monitoring, it's just not on the same level. I just brought the Nutanix monitoring, where you, for example, have all the insights into a cluster, we have the insights into nodes, and into VMs, which is much more rich. And final clap for Andreas, because he provided that to us. So what do we plan now? We basically, therefore, as a consequence said, let's get our Proxmox monitoring to fantastic. And the people I saw with the Proxmox shirts, you can do your pull request, right? And for Hyper-V, we will also go to a fantastic level and try to reach it. And this is basically the 2 big topics we want to achieve, so that when you and if you decide to move away from vSphere, Checkmk is there for you and ready for you. For virtualization, we need to talk about one more thing. And we have something, I mentioned we look at the ideas portal, we do look at the ideas portal. And we have the podman check, which has more than 200 votes. It's actually probably in the top 10 of the requests. And we have good news. We already have, so this is a mock-up, important, yeah. We already have ideas how that should look like, so we already started working on it. We specified it internally. We looked into the podman API, what kind of data can we get out of it, what services do we want to have. We already verified it also with one user who's intensively using Podman. And so the biggest part of that thing is already done. So it's just about now implementing it, which is not that much work typically. So for virtualization, we have Podman, Hyper-V, and Proxmox. Now, on the layer above, on operating systems, what do we plan there? And I have one question for you guys. Who is using the Windows log monitoring? And the log monitoring which gives you these things. Lars, you have to raise your hand. So, yeah, normally no, sometimes. Yeah, I think this, and this is actually where I asked one of our support engineers, what do you want most in Checkmk 2.5? And he said this needs to be fixed because he typically doesn't recommend it to users. Hey. And our main idea is, but we are quite open to any ideas which you have, so please approach us afterwards. The main topic why we think this needs to be fixed is because you need to first understand what it is, what we have there, because it's an integrated log watch which the Windows agent does. And that means basically for all event logs, it will just out of the box get the log stuff in, and then you have the quirky log watch to get all that stuff. And that comes with everything which you get with logwatch, right? Except the one feature which you might need, and that is, for example, in the agent, what you can configure. I mean, what can you configure? Let's first take a look at that. We can say which event logs you want to get in. Do you only want to have the crits, the warrants in there, or nothing, with context or without context? But there's one thing missing. You can't filter. And that can become very painful because then you get all the stuff. And you get really a lot of things. And that could really lead to a lot of pain then in the event console. And then you might wonder, like, I mean, isn't there already a solution for that? Haven't you figured that out already? And then you look at MK Logwatch, at how you can configure the agent plugin, and you see, hey, you can do that there. We can basically say, these kind of messages, just ignore them. These are critical, these are warn. And I mean, the idea and the solution, what we had in mind is quite easy, but I'm very happy to listen to any other feedback then. We just said, I mean, the easy thing how we solved that is that we basically implement the filtering functionality there as well. And so that the built-in Windows agent Logwatch becomes much more powerful and usable. So then there are a couple of things which just need to be done, because none of you will want to open a ticket for that, or basically you expect these things to be done by us. And that's, for example, getting rid of VBS, so Visual Basic Script. And we have good news because it's already done. In Checkmk 2.5, you will not find any Visual Basic Script anymore. And maybe nice for you guys, we moved to PowerShell, so you can continue editing it. Then the Windows System Time Service is also something which our support engineers told us we need to fix and get a proper time sync and a proper time quality check in place for that. Then netstat we'll also get rid of. At some places we already got rid of it. We'll try to get rid of it everywhere in Checkmk. And lastly, doesn't really belong to operating systems, but it's just something where it fits really nice into that list. Microsoft really likes to get rid of their APIs and change them all around all the time. And I think 1 year ago, we moved to EWS to do the check mail monitoring for Microsoft Exchange. Now we'll move to Microsoft Graph because Microsoft is getting rid of EWS as well in October 26, so still some time. But if you think about it, Checkmk 2.5 will come out next year in 26, so that you have enough time to continue monitoring without any interruption. So we talked about operating systems now. We talk about also now about applications. And for applications, there's one big piece in Checkmk which we are very proud of, but it's also a problematic piece, and that's our Oracle monitoring. Because I think it's a really good monitoring. Like, I think we have one of the best Oracle monitoring solutions out there. And to understand a little bit about the pain, we need to understand a little bit about the history of it, and also why it is so good. Yeah? Why is it so good? Because it can handle almost all Oracle setups. Just look at the agent configuration. It works on Linux, Solaris, AIX, and Windows, and you have a lot of options which you can configure. So it has really grown over the time based on the requirements you as users had. And it was initially developed 14 years ago by Mathias and by Torsten. Torsten provided all the Oracle expertise, and Mathias did what he called himself shell hacking. And that shell hacking now has grown to more than 3,000 lines of code. You can see actually Mathias himself said it's shell hacking. Yeah? And these 3,000 lines of bash code are problematic for us because they are on the one hand side hard to code. If you've written something that complex as MK Oracle, you realize it's not easy to maintain that. And the other thing, it's even harder to test that code. And therefore we said, we will rewrite it. We will rewrite it. I mean, I don't care in which language. Developers can decide that as long as it's not bash. And as part of it, we will also extend the test coverage strongly so that we can actually do changes in the future. And now you might wonder, why do you actually need to care? Because what are your benefits? And there are the bad news for you, because you will have no benefits. I mean, that's except, of course, yeah, you will get the same checks and same services. And the only thing you need to do is to migrate then the agent plugin. That's our goal. And now you might still wonder, like, why do I care? Because, I mean, should you care? It's really important because it's the enabler for the future for us, because then eventually what we can do is, I mean, on one hand side, we'll get much more stability. So when we do any changes, we can ensure that it doesn't break. And the other thing is we can then deliver new features again for MK Oracle much faster. Okay, so now we have looked at the left part at what we want to do for the data center. Oh, I have to wait. Sorry, I forgot something. Thomas, you have waited long enough now. There's one thing which you asked me 2 years ago to finally get into Checkmk. And I think every conference, every partner day, he comes to me and says, can you finally get that into Checkmk? Because what you have in Checkmk is okay for Cisco Meraki, but what I have is more usable, more to the feeling of him. And the curious thing is that Thomas is actually not a Checkmk admin. He wears a Checkmk t-shirt, but it's not his day job. Like most of you earn your money with Checkmk. Thomas actually doesn't. He earns his money with being a network specialist. And whenever he does something, he does it in his free time. So whenever I have an issue and want something from him, I remember I wanted him to explain me the Cisco Meraki monitoring, which he did 2 years ago. And he said during the day he has no time because he has to do his normal work, but we can talk in the evening. And therefore I think it's really now time that we get that in. We promised, so I think we will get, really this release you will get it, yeah? I say that every year, but this year I put it on slides, so I have to do it, yeah? And why is it cool? Because you can also then get this. Because the cool thing for Cisco Meraki, it will also provide all the information for network topology. And our goal is that you can then the only thing which you need is the tool, the network visualization data creation tool by Thomas, to get these things. That's our ambition, because this is really cool. We always hear from every user when they see it, they want that. And you can get it, but it needs some work from your side at the moment. I think for Cisco Meraki, it should be easier to get it. Yeah, he's nodding, so that's good. But we don't want to stop there. And it's a little bit more for stretch. But we also want to integrate all the other plugins which he developed for inventory data, so that in the end, the only thing, if you want to, for example, have a LLDP or CDP-based network visualization for your entire network infrastructure, the only thing which you then need is the network visualization data creation tool. It's a really German name, right? You need to come up with a better name. And that's the ambition then, yeah, so that you only need that, and the rest comes with Checkmk. Okay. Now I'm really done with the data center stuff. Let's talk about the cloud stuff. And for the cloud stuff, you might wonder, like, guys, what do you need to do? Don't you have already enough check plugins for the cloud? And if you look at it, I think it's quite extensive. There are a lot of things. It can be much, much larger, of course, could be much, much more. But when we looked at our cloud monitoring, we actually said, let's take a step back, let's re-evaluate. Because to understand that, you understand the Checkmk logic. So in the Checkmk logic, we basically always say we only ingest only relevant data. Then we build with that services, we discover these services. That's our responsibility to come up and have the idea what to do. And then you can basically build dashboards and tune alerts. And that works for many systems quite well. And it sounds much, much easier than it is. Actually, we spend quite a lot of time because what we have to do as part of that is we need to build data models inside Checkmk. We need to think really about how we can get all this data and model that into something more abstract, into hosts and services. Because this is what you interact with, but like hosts and services are something which we put a lot of love in because it's really the juice of Checkmk. But you need to have an idea, or we need to have the idea, how do we basically build these hosts and services and what hosts and services do we create? And when you want to monitor a complex system, you have to reverse the thought process, because then you have to actually start thinking from the result from the dashboards. When you have the dashboards which you think makes sense, you can think, okay, what kind of hosts and services do you need to be able to build that? And then in the end, what kind of data do you need? Because only that path will work for complex systems. And for example, let's just take the example of Azure. Azure is actually quite a complex system. Let's just look at how stuff is organized there. So you have a tenant, you have a management group, you have a subscription, you have a resource group, you have a region, you have resources, you have then resource entities, and you have metrics, logs, and status. And that's just one, and that you have basically all across the board. So it gets really complicated then. And if you want to be able to monitor such a thing in that complexity, you really need to think about the result. And that's why what we basically started doing in the last month is to say, hey, what would you want to have as a user from a monitoring perspective? What kind of perspective do you want to have, and what different lenses do we need to provide? So that in the end, we can give you an opinionated monitoring. It's one of these things, I think, which are really important, that we provide you insights into your IT without you having to search and dig for the stuff. And as a consequence, what we need to do is to redesign our monitoring architecture. And that's what we plan to do for 2.5. So that based on this complex setup, we rethink how do you do the right setup for that in a scalable way, so that you can monitor a lot of things with just an easy setup. That we think about what hosts do we want, and especially what piggyback hosts we need. Then what are the right labels, host labels? What is the inventory for the hosts? What kind of services? What kind of service labels? What kind of service metrics? In the end, what rules and what dashboards? And why is this now important? Because I think it can really elevate, in the end, then the monitoring experience which you have when you do cloud monitoring. Because in the end, it's not just about the scope that you can cover a lot of things. It's about creating value for you. Yeah? And if you think along the paths around ingesting only the relevant data, this needs to be low effort. Needs to be something which you can do very quickly, very easily, but also scalable across, for example, all Azure subscriptions or AWS accounts. It needs to be with high performance, because you actually can get quite a lot of data, but it needs to be able to consider a lot of different use cases, because every one of you has actually quite a different setup and will need very different amounts of data. And then the magic comes in, because then we can actually give you insights into the cloud. We can have hosts and services which are much more intuitive than today, so that when you look at it, it starts to make sense a lot more, and we can provide you opinionated monitoring. That when you start with the cloud monitoring, you will learn about all the things which are broken immediately. And then in the end, that you get also the visibility, because we can then build great dashboards for you out of the box. But you can also then have all the meta information with inventory and labels to build powerful notifications and to build your own dashboards. And we'll of course also enhance as part of that all existing services which we do, and also add a couple of new services. Because with the right foundation, it's much easier to extend it. Now the big question is, for which of the 3 providers do we want to do it, or do we want to do it for all 3 providers? And there we looked at a little bit at what are you using, and our best proxy was the support tickets you open. And actually the one which got the most support tickets, I don't know if it's actually good or bad, or if it's because the other things are better, but it's also when I just speak with you, it's basically a thing where we hear most of you're using, and that's Azure. And that's why we decided for 2.5, we focused on redesigning our cloud monitoring for Azure to provide you all these things. Now we go into configuration, and for that I brought a little bit of a story. So I think it's a standard challenge which every software company has. And when you think about it, it always boils down to one of these abstractions, and it's basically I painted it a planet developer, and you have a planet user. And I game a lot, and when I play computer games, sometimes I really think, do you actually play the games yourself as developers? And that's the same thing which you sometimes ask us, do you actually use Checkmk yourself as developers? Because, I mean, if you would do that, why would you do things like that, right? And so what we try to do, and have been trying to do over the last years more and more, is to build bridges between the planet developer and planet user. By the way, of course, it's the same planet, just different perspectives on it, and get the developers to visit the planet user. And how do we do that? It's, quite easy. So actually, Tanya and Jana do that very often. They go to people who actually have never used Checkmk, who have maybe used Zabbix or Isinga or PRTG, and then they try Checkmk for the very first time. And then they actually record that, and then they share it internally, and it's extremely painful to watch. Really, I can't watch that, because you see users trying to do very simple things, and for me it's really like, why is it so complicated? Why don't you know what to do? And you see them fail at every single step of Checkmk. And maybe remember when you tried to use Checkmk the very first time, remember how your experience was then. Or if you have new colleagues in your team which start to use Checkmk, how the experience is. Because for you, you might now see all these things. Yes, okay, if I entered the wrong host name, then I ideally delete it, because renaming is so expensive and doesn't really work. But if you're a new user, how can you know that? And that's because for you, you all know all these things. And the problem for new users is that Checkmk is full of these hidden assumptions. Assumptions which you can't know as a new user. And like we start to forget it at some point, because we all know these things, right? When we look at such a simple page as add hosts, we all know, but we as developers, we expect the user knows that. So as a user, what you need to know, the first thing you need to know is that the buttons on top don't work until I've filled out stuff on the bottom. And at Checkmk 2.0, when we basically decided that everything is on top, which is an action, we had a big discussion, should it be on top or on bottom? And I actually don't know why we ended up on top, but that's how it is now. But it's actually quite problematic for users, because they will not know that they need to first need to fill out settings before they actually can click on something there. But then also, if you're a new user, how can you know what a service discovery is? This is really Checkmk specific, especially the way we do it. And then you probably typically have no idea how fundamental a hostname is. And then if there's a hostname already there, it's not so easy to change it. So you should not just enter anything into it. And even if you understand, okay, that's a hostname, most people actually don't know that, for example, Checkmk has built-in DNS resolution. So they actually enter IP addresses, or they do everything in there. And they enter IP addresses because they don't know that you can actually enter an IP address here because, I mean, you need to first click on it to be able to do so. How should you know about that? That you first have to click and then you can enter an IP address there, right? And then, I mean, I think I even myself struggle all the time when users ask me, what is the difference between Checkmk agent, API integration, when do you need to use SNMP? It's really complex. So the data source configuration is something where I think every new user just like, what is that? And then, I mean, if you have understood all these things, what most people actually also do when they're new users don't know that they, for example, if they don't do SNMP, but if they want to monitor a Linux or Windows host, they need to first install the agent. So we actually said for 2.5, we need to improve that, because this is one fundamental step. In every release, we actually started to tackle fundamental steps. In 2.3, we started with, for example, acknowledge problems, schedule downtimes as operator steps. In 2.4, we worked on the notifications. And for 2.5, we said we need to work on these first steps. And we, for example, took the monitoring of a Linux and Windows host as a challenge. How can we make that better? And to understand what you all need to do, we basically tried to break it down. What are the steps which are required to get there? And it's all these steps. And there are different ways how you can improve it. One way is maybe reduce the number of steps. That's what we did with Checkmk Cloud Self-Hosted, where we have the so-called auto agent. If you have configured that, then it's actually quite easy because it does the other steps in the end. For our SaaS product, we went even simpler. You only need 2 steps. And that can be a solution, but it's not the entire solution. We need to also work on the individual steps. So therefore, we picked the steps. I think installing Checkmk and opening is quite easy. It starts at finding the agent. Most people don't know how to find the agent. In Checkmk SaaS, we built something very simple for that. Checkmk SaaS has a little bit of an advantage there because we have a lot more information about our system. Our idea is we need to build something to get users there. It will be very different to what you see here, but it might follow the same idea. Then for creating a host. For creating a host, the problem is always when you have entered the host and may have clicked on save, you can't come back. It's like it's not reversible. So the idea is that we need to just basically stop you before you have clicked on save if you've done something which might be not the right thing to do. To basically pull the error messages a little bit earlier, not when you are later in, for example, if you have saved and then you try to change stuff and you can't do it anymore. And there are a couple of simple things. For example, if this is not resolvable and if you haven't entered the IP address, we can just warn you about it. So quite simple to make life easier. But also, like the typical thing is that, I mean, we have seen that in all users tests. Most people, they don't know and they don't see like when do you actually install the agent. Yeah? And we can actually catch the error because we have the test connection feature in Checkmk to see some information around what we can do. And typically, one of the things which you see, if you actually can connect to a host, but there's no port open on that or the agent isn't there, then you get a refused connection. Yeah? And we can basically utilize this information to pull the errors forward, that you don't basically end up at the step where you can't get out of it anymore. So that we basically warn you a little bit earlier. So a lot of simple things which will make the life a lot easier. And then registering hosts, it's actually crazy because you actually go from the UI, then you have to go command line again, then you do the registering, then if at some point if you use the update, you have to register again. It's something which people don't understand. I promise in 2.5 we'll get that finally, that you can use the updater to register both controller and updater, and you only need one command anymore. And once we've gotten then back, we're back at Checkmk, we do discovery of services. This is just always problematic. I would really like to completely redo that. We discussed, can we completely redo the service discovery page? We decided this is such a big project that we at least can't do it completely, but we can at least improve a lot of the error functionality, a lot of the error finding, and be much more explicit and help users guide them a little bit along the way. And for example, if it doesn't work, that you get better error messages and that you're pointed then towards where you get stuff done. And this could be something very simple that, for example, if connection is refused, in this case, just imagine it would be connection refused, that we say, hey, this is something which could be the error based on information which we get, and then point you to the right way that you, for example, just here's the agent, this is how you can download and get it basically working. And now let's go to the most exciting part, activate changes. And activate changes is really like if you're not used to Checkmk and you have added the host and think you have done everything right, but nothing happens, right? You're there and like, it's crazy because you watch them try to use the UI and they try to figure out what's wrong and they don't see this little yellow button on the top right. They always miss that. And at some point when I watch these things, I really get like, I don't understand how one can be so calm when seeing users do that. And therefore it was very clear for us we need to fix activate changes. And there are two things which we'll do. The one thing is make it a little bit more logical. That's a very simple idea because you actually look on the left. If there are changes in the setup, just show them in the setup. Tanya had the idea. It's, I think, a really nice idea. And then the other thing is we have the slider now. And this is an idea we actually showed in Checkmk 2.1 in the roadmap. I think it will now basically become reality that you can do activate changes on the fly, that you don't have to go to the activate changes page, but you can do them right out of the workflow. You don't have to open a new tab anymore. You can just basically open it, click activate changes, and you're not disrupted in your workflow anymore. Okay. This is the first part of our roadmap talk. We have a lot more in store. So in our second part after the break, we will talk about all the other changes that we have planned for Checkmk 2.5. And until then, enjoy the coffee and cake.
So we've reached the last little break at this conference. So let's grab a cup of our favorite drink and meet back here at 15:50 for the very, very last talk, the second part of Martin's talk on the future of Checkmk and the roadmap for 2.5. See you soon, and I hope you're enjoying the Checkmk Conference 11 so far. And we are back for the second part of Martin Hirschvogel's talk on the future of Checkmk, as well as for the farewell talk, by Jan Justus. All attention to the stage and have a great time.
Welcome back. We are almost there. One more talk, and we basically continue with what I've done just with other people. And the first person who's going to start is Torsten. Torsten is our engineering manager, actually our first engineering manager. And it's also his first conference talk. And Torsten joined us 2 years ago and has been basically the person who did a lot of improvements, for example, in our support handling over the last years, and basically helped us grow as an organization quite a lot. And he's also one of the persons who makes a lot of the things happen, which you will see today. So therefore, let's welcome Torsten to the stage, who will start with our second roadmap talk.
So welcome also from my side. Hope you had a nice break and are ready for the last stretch of today. By now, you should be very familiar with our principles of Checkmk. What I want to dive into now is the alerts and analytics part of Checkmk. We did a lot in 2.4, and we want to continue down that route for 2.5. If we look at how you get an insight into your monitoring, into your IT, there are various ways with Checkmk. You have views, you have reports, you have notifications, but the overwhelming majority of you is using dashboards. Over 80% have some sort of dashboard in place. We offer two different kinds of dashboards, the built-in dashboards and the custom dashboards. And here again, most of you are actually using both kinds. But if we look into details, this is only part of the story, because the custom dashboards, they are not so custom. Usually what you do is you just clone a built-in dashboard, adapt it to your needs, and then we call it the custom dashboard. But why is that? Building dashboards in Checkmk is not the nicest experience. I don't know who hit the 7 here, by the way. Apparently somebody is actually good at it. But let's have a look at how it actually plays out in reality. So let's pretend we're building a dashboard together. We just try it, and we click on the Create Dashboard, and then we end up on this page. The first thing that we see here is an option that is like specific objects. I mean, I don't really know what it is, so let's just continue. It's probably not important. Then we end up here, and the next thing is I need to select some filters for the dashboard. Yeah, I don't know why my dashboard needs to be filtered at this point, but let's just pretend also that this option doesn't exist, and we save and view. Okay, I end up on an empty page. This is what I would have expected from the get-go, and the empty page, let's fill it with some stuff. So I press Add, and if I press Add, okay, what do I want to add? So some sort of a metric. Then I'm greeted with several things: single metric graph, performance graph, custom graph, combined graph. I mean, I want just to have a graph, and I just choose the first one because it's the first one. Probably there's a reason for that. And then I have the time series. I didn't expect to end up now with a time series because I pressed something else, but here's the time series. And this is basically where now things start to make a little bit more sense for me. I have here also the host and service filters. I mean, for a metric, I'm now a little bit more familiar with that, so I can select the specific host, and after that, I can then also select the specific service. And because as Checkmk, we're nice at configuring stuff, we also can now select the metric base for that particular service. And then we end up here. Probably this was the worst way to show a single metric in Checkmk, because there are far easier ways to do that. But at least we have now added something like a custom dashboard. But this dashboard isn't really useful because it just gives you an insight into a single metric, and you could have done this far easier. Now let's build a proper dashboard, because dashboards are powerful, and at this point we want to actually use all of the magic. So for the title of that dashboard, here we are able to use something like a macro. So the description of the dashboard and the title of the dashboard actually adapts to what I select later. Because I want also now to make use of filters, I deselect the service description filter, and at this point make the dashboard far more powerful by doing that. If I now basically press save, I end up with a lot of very ugly error messages because now my dashboard cannot be rendered because I haven't selected the filter. If you're at this point, you might ask yourself, where do you now need to press? And obviously, it's this button, because you need now to select the filter for the dashboard. We deselected it previously for the time series graph. Now for the complete dashboard, we can select the filter that applies to all of the elements. Makes sense so far. If you don't know this, then good luck finding it out. Now we have selected the filter, and all of the graphs start filling with the correct data. And actually, this is where filters really shine. They are super powerful because I can just select also a different filter, and now all of my graphs adapt to that different filter. So overall, I didn't build a single dashboard. I built actually like thousands of dashboards with only a single template, because I can select a different filter, and with the different filter, the dashboard will adapt accordingly. But filters are complex. If you try to find the correct filter for your use case, it might prove difficult. And if you think these are a lot of filters, press this button, there are even more. Now what we want to focus for 2.5 is make this whole experience easier. Easier dashboard creation. The first part is the dashboard itself. Here the dashboard properties that I have shown at the beginning, we want to touch them, make them far easier to configure and also far easier to understand what you're actually configuring. So the dashboard properties and the context and search filters. The second part is then what is actually shown on the dashboard, the dashlets and the graphs. Here we want to touch the graph selection, metric selection, and also how you move and resize different dashlets. One thing that I cannot promise so far is something like a preview mode that you actually see what might have been shown, but we will also have a look into that. Now this is only basically somehow fixing the symptoms. So it's making each individual step a little bit better, but it's not really tackling the whole problem. Because the whole problem is you want to have a nice end-to-end workflow of configuring dashboards. And that is what we want to deliver with 2.5. We want to introduce something that allows you to move through a guided process of dashboard creation, from the beginning to the end, until you basically don't have to be an expert anymore to actually configure a useful dashboard. The next thing that I mentioned is filters. Filters are something that we want to reimagine how we use them. I brought two different concepts with me how this could look like. We haven't decided yet, so bear with me. But this is an idea how it could look like. For instance, something like a query language where we basically combine different aspects, like here the host status, the service status, and the host state, and then get a combined filter query out of this. This is something that we can imagine. Or maybe just make them more accessible by grouping them nicely together, by putting them into boxes, and being able to actually find the filter that you like. But what about responsiveness? I heard now quite a few times, and also speaking with some of you on the conference now, that there is a type of dashboard that is basically missing. This is something that we definitely have a look into and also experiment with it. We call it the grid mode so far. Basically a different type of dashboard that is not suitable for a single screen, but adapts based on the device that you're using it. Looking a little bit more into dashboards. So what is usually on a dashboard? What is shown on the dashboard is a graph. And actually, most of you are pretty happy with the graph usage overall. So you have different time ranges, you can have a look at different zoomings, you can pan and so on. Even though it's not the nicest experience I have to admit, but it's okay. But there are options, and from our user service, we know that these options usually are not even known. So right now, you are even able to select the correct timer. You basically can set the beginning and the end time of what you want to see. You can zoom, you can pan. It's just hidden in the display options of the graph. This is something that we want to make far more accessible by putting it directly at the graph, because then you know that this option exists and probably also more people start using it. Now the second part where I want to focus on is the great user experience. From our perspective, great user experience starts with speed. In 2.4, we did a lot of things to improve speed. And across the board, we just got so much faster in 2.4. Then the question remains, what do we want to do in 2.5? We could make it even faster, and we obviously try, but some things will always take time. So if you, for instance, have an SNMP device and look at the share of the different times, you will notice that Checkmk and the server, it doesn't even need any time at all compared to basically the time how long your SNMP device needs to actually answer. So there are limits to how fast we can get stuff, because at the end you're monitoring real hardware and the real hardware will take time. What we can do is to make this whole stuff more transparent to you, to show that Checkmk is actually doing something in the background. Because right now, you usually end up guessing if Checkmk now does something. And especially for new users, this might prove very difficult if you do not know for sure. And your feedback regarding this has also been super, super clear. You basically don't know if Checkmk is responding or not. So you press the button and nothing happens. And from my own experience, I can also tell, I basically look at the loading bar and, I don't know, like at the normal browser built-in stuff to see if something is actually happening. And any information that would tell you this would actually be very, very helpful. But because you're a community, you also give us the ideas how to fix this. Something like a progress bar, something like a loading spinner, and wait for it, it will come in 2.5. At various places, we will introduce the loading spinner and make the transparency that Checkmk is actually doing something. This is also something that we want to have a look into. It's a confirmation. Because after you have waited and the loading spinner loaded, you want to know what Checkmk did, whether it succeeded with an operation or whether it didn't succeed. At least you want to know what happened. We did this in 2.4 in various places, and in 2.5 we want to elaborate on that and basically add it at more places. Something that we will also have a look into is page skeletons. So page skeletons basically like the page is pre-rendered in some way but not filled with data yet, because the data access takes a little bit longer. But it's something that we cannot promise for sure because it's playing around with a different technology. To summarize, in 2.5, when we can, we will fix the problem at the source. We will make 2.5 faster if we can. But if we cannot, then we will at least offer you some sort of transparency into the insights of Checkmk, what is happening and what you can expect. The next part is extensible interfaces. And here I will talk about the feature. It is probably the most used feature of Checkmk overall. Most of you already know I'm talking about the REST API. And for the REST API in 2.5, we have big plans. You already see this here in the URL if you have a look at this particular number. It says 1.0, so it's already some sort of a version of the REST API. Now let's have a look at the evolution of our REST API across the last few years. We introduced it in 2.0 with the REST API 1.0, and we kept the 1.0 ever since. Over the time, though, we did a lot of changes to the REST API. We introduced new endpoints, we changed endpoints that were already there, and we also deprecated stuff and added other stuff. So overall, the feature depth that we have increased significantly. Also, what we did is we increased the stability along the way. And today, we're at the point where we say the stability is good enough that we are confident we can introduce some kind of versioning without introducing too much fallout. So just version the API. Checkmk, unfortunately, is not your normal web service. We have differences compared to others that make versioning our REST API far harder than versioning of the normal web API. So how are we going to tackle this? If we look at versioning, there are two ways how we could do the versioning itself. Here we specifically decided to use a top-level versioning approach. This might, at the beginning, seem a little bit weird because it makes versioning for us much harder. But this is actually something that we consciously want to do. We want to make versioning for us harder. Every single time we will introduce a change that might break the API, it means that we need to do a very careful consideration if this is actually worth it, and that is why we chose the top-level versioning. We want to make our life harder to make your life easier. If I ask my developers, usually there's only one way to do versioning. It's semantic versioning, and that is also what we will use for the REST API. However, we will not expose all of the versions in the calls to your scripts. The reason for that is quite simple, because you do not want to adapt the script every single time we adapt, for instance, a patch version or a minor version. So at this point, we will only expose the major version in the script, so whenever you have the script that actually keeps working if we update the API. Now come with me, we're doing now a little bit of a deep dive into how this versioning plays out across multiple Checkmk versions. If we start at 2.5, we will introduce the version v1 of the REST API. Across 2.5, we will probably add new endpoints, we will probably patch some features, and the API will keep evolving until somewhere in the middle of 2.5, we might introduce a breaking change. Because stuff happens, and at some point it might be necessary. But then we at least say that for the complete lifetime of 2.5, we will support all of the APIs. So the v1, we will not deprecate v1, we will actually support it until the end of the lifetime of 2.5. So with the v2, and if at some point we might become fancy and say we now need the v3 because we do another breaking change, then we will also support v3 until the end of 2.5. The updating between versions is what gave us a little bit of a headache, because we want to make your life also here super easy, and this is the approach that we came up with. So the last version of 2.5 will actually have several active versions of the REST API, most likely, maybe if we're good, only one. But at least the last version, v2, will be the basis for the REST API of 2.6. Which means the update procedure is actually quite simple. On the last patch level of each version, you need to update your scripts to the newest available REST API. And at that point, you just trigger the normal update of the REST API, or not of the REST API, of your Checkmk version. And the v2 will remain unchanged in 2.6. Which means that during the normal upgrade, we don't experience any problems. And after that, the journey just continues with 2.6. To make it a little bit easier for us, after we have done a major new version, we will not do any breaking changes in old stable versions. So anything that might require a breaking change will only be done on the newest version of Checkmk. Now, if we take a look back at our monitoring platform, behind the scenes we have done a lot. We have done a lot to improve. We have done a lot to enable our engineers to build the best features available. Usually you see what these features are, but below that, a lot is happening behind the scenes to actually make them possible. And in 2.4, I'm super proud that we introduced a new platform for features. And now I give you a little bit of an overview. What of the features that we showed you across the last 2 days were actually built on that new platform. The first one is the guided configuration. Something like the quick setup for AWS, as we saw, is built on the new platform. The second one is like a feature like a slide-in that we now use for the notifications, and I spoke to some people, you're quite happy about it. Also, this was enabled by the new platform. Something like an in-page validation, where you basically know directly at the source where your problem in your configurations are, is powered by the new platform. As well as something like inline help that is actually at the right place using tooltips. Now, this is a foundation that will enable us to deliver features across the UI and Checkmk over the next few years. We stepped into a real front-end implementation of our ecosystem, and we built an interactive UI based on that. It will enable dynamic page rendering, real front-end code, and at the end for you it will enable a much, much better user experience and faster interfaces. And it has arrived, at least partially. So we built a new UI platform, and obviously it will evolve over the next few years. And you already know now some of the features that we have built new upon this new platform. At the same point, we also started already migrating things from our current way of doing things to the new platform. One of the examples is, for instance, the add connection page of the DCD. There you can already see how the new platform looks like. In 2.5, we want to continue down that journey. One of the things that we will have a deep look into is the custom graph editor. Also there we will use the platform. The editor itself and the custom graphs, they will become much, much more important because of the new metric backend and the open telemetry integration. Something that Martin already showed is the activate changes slide-in, and also this is powered by our new platform. The host validations, something like the spinners or maybe the skeletons, all of this will be front-end implementations. And last but not least, hopefully new rule sets everywhere. This is a gigantic task, but it will enable us to move away from a lot of technical debt that we have and will allow us in the future to do in-page validation everywhere. And now I'm heading over to Lars, who will tell us a little bit more about the probe.
So, hello again. In this next section, it is about a brand new component we are about to introduce with the next month, which enables a key use case for our SaaS customers. It is for monitoring segregated networks from the SaaS environment. Our typical approach to this is to deploy Checkmk remote sites in your segmented network. It is for the local monitoring in this network. And if you want to integrate that in your distributed environment, you have to open up something, some network port in your firewall, for example, to enable the integration with the central site. But reasons for doing this, doing distributed environments are different for users. Can be performance. You need more power in your monitoring than a single machine can provide. Can be organizational reasons. You want to have different groups of people working on a set of configuration. Can be availability. You want to have a local monitoring. Even if the uplink is down, you want the monitoring to continue working. Can be security. You want to minimize the network traffic between the network segments. Can as well be connectivity. You have low bandwidth, unstable connections, and whatever the reason is for you, we think that our approach of distributed monitoring actually brings a lot of value to you. We are quite efficient in the monitoring job when we contact systems and so on with your bandwidth. We don't consume a lot of bandwidth over the wide area network connections. We have a local, reliable monitoring. When your uplink goes down, the monitoring just continues. It does the whole job, notifications, storing metrics, and all of that. And when the uplink is up again, you don't have any data jams. And adding sites, removing them, and so on is quite easy. So we have overall a quite flexible, powerful system. But this comes at some cost. Your remote sites need a full-fledged CheckMK installation. And as I've shown you yesterday, this is quite a complex machinery. A lot of components working together, which is not easy to deal with overall. You need to have all the resources available, the compute power, memory, and so on, to run all of this. And of course, the component, they need maintenance. They need updates, they need patches from our side, and so on. And as I've shown already, you need to open up network ports to get something out of that network segment. And we think for our SaaS use case, this is not easy enough. That does not fit the idea of how we think users should work with the SaaS environment. So we are about to introduce something new, a new form of distributed monitoring, by adding a new component, the CheckMK probe, which takes over a subset of the responsibility of a remote site. It will contact the local systems as usual, do the monitoring, and then provide the data to the central site so that you don't have to open up the network ports. And looking at the architectural view, you see a few components that we have talked about earlier, which we will use and continue using in the central site. The UI, the monitoring core, checkers, agent receivers. And we will move the fetchers into the probe. So taking something that is already there, the fetching engine with all the SNMP stuff and so on, the complex machinery that enables us to contact all the monitored devices, move it into the probe, and extend it with a new component, the scheduler, which takes over some of the work that the monitoring core typically does. The whole probe is configured by the configuration UI or the REST API. The configuration is sent down to the probe so that the probe actually does know what to do and when to do something. And when at some point the scheduler decides a host needs to be contacted, then it tells the fetcher. The fetcher gathers the data from the device and then sends over the data all the way through the uplink to the SaaS instance and so on, so that it arrives at the checkers at some point where the check results are computed. And from then on, everything goes as usual. The checkers send the results back to the core, metrics are stored, and the UI can provide you with the data. Additionally, to enable use cases like doing service discoveries, we will establish a channel from the SaaS instance to the probe so that you can send ad hoc commands. Now, if you put both approaches, the remote sites that we traditionally do, the probe side by side, you will recognize that in some key aspects, they are quite different, and you cannot really identify the best solution, the best approach. It depends highly on your needs, what fits best. And as I tell you all of this, you may also think, well, I could use this in my self-deployed environment. Would be nice to have. And I can agree with you, you're right, yeah? We internally motivate our development with a SaaS use case, because there it brings the biggest value gain for us and also has the highest requirements. So we built the right thing in the end for this use case. Looking forward, we can very well imagine adding this feature to our on-premise variants, the cloud and the MSP edition, so that you can also make a use of it there. Coming to the next topic, product telemetry. This is actually not a feature primarily for you as a user. You will likely not see much of it. This is a tool for us, for Martin's team, to make the right decisions when thinking about what to do next in the product. We want to understand better how CheckMK is used, and in the end, want to make the right decisions to improve CheckMK in the best way possible. And we think the product telemetry can help us a lot there. So far in product discovery, Martin mentioned that a lot of times, we rely a lot on your input you have for us, your idea, your perspective on CheckMK and your job, and we do a lot to get the information from you. We do surveys, very targeted questions about what we are thinking. We take inputs from the idea portal, the forum, from Reddit, and so on. And we do as well some interviews with a selection of people on certain topics we are working on. And this is all really nice and great. We get a lot of insights from that, but this has also clearly some shortcomings. Because we are biased in all kinds of ways. We do the interviews with a selected group of people, and we make the selection in the end. Who do we talk to, and so on. Yeah? And that gives us already some influence on the outcome. Then, in the interview situation, the problem is that we talk to people which sometimes also spontaneously react on our question. They think about, oh, how was it at the point, and then we get some response, and that does not always 100% align with what actually happened. So we also have some influence there, which can bring us in slightly the wrong direction. And to make the right decisions, which have truly a big impact sometimes, we actually need objective and quantitative data to make the best decisions possible for the product. We want to understand where people spend their time in Checkmk. We want to understand which features are used the most. And we also want to understand where people stuck or slow down. Without the clarity, we are risking optimizing the wrong things and overseeing what is truly needing attention. And the third problem, we speak on the conference, in the forum, and so on. The problem is we are talking to only a tiny subset of the Checkmk user base. What is about the other 90-something% of users? Most people just make Checkmk work for themselves, happy using that and having a good time with Checkmk. And we don't know what they do with it, how they do it, and so on. And we think a thoughtfully built product telemetry can actually help us bridging the gaps somehow, so that we can make smarter product decisions in the end for all of us. So the problem with such a thing is, of course, we need some data out of your systems, which are sometimes not connected to any transport mechanism we could use. Of course, that's not easy to build in the end. We want to make some very clear and sensible safeguards here. We want to be transparent in what we collect. We want to give you all the tools that you can see, okay, this is what I'm sending now. And we want you to be fine and comfortable with that decision. We want to primarily transport sanitized, aggregated data. We don't want to have any sensitive information, so we will put some work into making sure that it is fine to transport that information to us. And we will not force anyone to submit data to us. But we want to encourage you, because in the end, this gives you a voice. You can give us some information which helps us to making the right product decisions. And here, just for your understanding, some questions which we are struggling to find very clear answers for. It's very basic, yeah? Which check plugins deserve the most of our time? Where should we invest the improvement time we have? When we work on user experience, on the UI for rule sets, for example, which rule sets do you use the most? Where should we focus on? Or very basic, which screen resolution actually is the important one we should improve our UI for? For all of this and other questions, we are really looking forward to make data-driven decisions and forming answers and making good decisions for the product. Now, let's come to the next topic, extending our application monitoring offering. We approached this in actually two streams. One has been presented by Martin already briefly in the talk about the 2.4. The second one, the first one, it has actually been released in the 2.4. Yeah? You've seen this screenshot already twice, so I will not explain that in a lengthy way. You've also seen how the architecture under the hood is of that component, how that is built, so I will also skip over that and jump in here again. So the creation process of the services that base on OpenTelemetry metrics, that goes in 4 steps. We have the metrics stored, you pick them up, you make the decision which ones are relevant for you, you assign some host names, where do you want to see that created in Checkmk, then services are created, and based on that you can put them into alerts, you can use them in dashboards, and so on. And this is what you get in the 2.4. It works, you can use it. We are happy to get your feedback on that. We deliberately launched it as an experimental feature to still have the freedom to make fundamental changes to it, to change the configuration, naming schemes, and so on. We don't have very concrete plans on this, but we wanted to have the freedom for this feature because it's very early in our development process. For the 2.5, we want to have a well-rounded, finished feature, which is easy to use and feature-rich. We plan to invest quite some time into this. We have a dedicated development team working on this for quite a while, thinking about what should we do, what shall we add, and so on. How can we do it? And we really look forward to build this in close collaboration with you. So we want to understand how you are using Prometheus metrics endpoints, OpenTelemetry data. How should it look like in Checkmk from your perspective? So we have Nicholas as the product owner who works on the project. He is also here somewhere. So there's Nicholas standing up there. If you have any input for him on this topic, please reach out to him. He is really happy to speak with you about everything that you would want or what you miss so far. But now let's go through the list of things we think that we should add to this so far. OpenTelemetry supports a variety of authentication mechanisms. Checkmk so far supports the basic authentication. But there's MTLS, Barra, OAuth. And we want to focus on the ones which are the most relevant to you. So if you're into this and you have something on this list or something different, reach out to Nicholas and tell him that this is important to you so that we really can focus. When it comes to the hostname computation, this is the configuration dialog you use. You select certain criteria, and out of that, the host name is built. So in this case, we have as a prefix the pod_EKS_. We have configured that explicitly. And then we can make a connection to an attribute, which is provided with the metric. The identifier of that attribute is, in our case, the first one, the namespace name, and later on, we have the port name. And this is coming from the metric that is reported via OpenTelemetry. This here is some extract. It shows the resource attributes which are provided with each metric we get reported. And which attributes you get here is individual for each metric we get reported. So in some, we have the port name and the namespace name. And when you configure this dialog now, and you have some metrics in mind, you need to know which things are actually reported, the attributes, which ones are in which metric. If you don't have a solid understanding, can look under the hood, then it's not easy to identify. And we want to help you here with some approach. Not sure if it will be this one, but you get the idea. We want to provide you with mechanisms to make the right and easy selection of attributes so that the configuration becomes easier. Talking about the service being created and metrics. A strength of the Checkmk metric system is that we do proper scaling of the values, that we assign units automatically so that you actually get useful graphs. If we don't have this support from the metric system, then you just get plain graphs, plain numbers, which is not really helpful, of course. In the 2.5, we want to use the metadata, which is being reported with each metric, to build better graphs out of the box, and as well provide you with options to tune that, to configure the graphs in a way that they are working better for you as our users. Then, besides single metrics, we also get OpenTelemetry messages, which include certain data points, which are related to different time series. We get, for example, in this case, we get the heap size and different numbers in one message, and so far we cannot process them and assign them to individual graphs, which we want to change in the next version. And for things like this, it actually can also be a lot of help to be able to apply mathematical operations, like summing the numbers or something. And so far, we have talked about a use case or an approach where you configure the whole logic of the services, of the way the metrics are combined, which totally makes sense for many metrics, especially custom application metrics where we don't know how to work with the metrics. But as you can see in the screenshot, we also get really basic system resource metrics reported, like the disk I/O. And when we talk about such metrics in Checkmk, you all know, you all love discovery mechanics we have. And of course, when we talk about the agent, SNMP, we do that. And there's actually not a really good reason why we should not do that with OpenTelemetry data. So it could actually make sense to make it some kind of a data source for our check plugins, which could then build, like we built on SNMP, like we built on agent data, to build on top of the OpenTelemetry and the Prometheus data, so that we can actually discover services based on that. And with all these extensions, we believe that we can provide a quite competitive OpenTelemetry monitoring so that we can help you with monitoring all your important applications. Now, there was a stream 2, and that's what we are coming to now, which is a new storage backend for Checkmk. And let me give you a bit of context to give you a better understanding for why we think that this is important. Today's modern application metrics come and go. You can have one pod that runs for a time, reports its metrics, and then the application keeps running. The pod is somehow restarted for some good reason, and then another metric assigned to another pod is being reported. Pretty usual, pretty normal today. So over the runtime, over the lifetime of an application, the metrics can come and go. And they are identified by metadata, something that I've shown you earlier. The pod name can actually change over the lifetime of the application. Here we see another example why metadata, which is being reported, is important. We get the heap size reported with multiple metrics, and we can only structure and use the data in the right way when we respect the right attributes, the right metadata, coming via OpenTelemetry. And the same is true for the data provided from Prometheus. We get a metric, some labels attached, and we need to make a careful selection of which metrics, which labels we want to work with to structure the data, to put it into dashboards, into services, and so on. So to summarize, when working with modern applications, the monitoring systems need to deal with short-lived metrics. We have these multidimensional metrics. We have identifiers which are in the metadata, which can be dynamic. On the user side, we need exploratory features, and we need flexibility in structuring the data so that it makes sense to users. So in contrast, the Checkmk monitoring, it is very focused on which data is fetched. We have an idea what we want to monitor, we fetch the data, we structure the data in services, we derive metrics from it, and then you can use everything in dashboards and so on. In this new use case, it is quite different. It all starts with a data dump. A lot of metrics being dumped into the monitoring system, stored somewhere, in a very flat structure, without idea how this is used later on. And then a system picks up the data, makes a selection, structures it into services, into metrics, to put it on dashboards, use it in alerts, and so on. And this is quite different. And if you know the metric system of Checkmk, it is pre-structured and tuned to the left use case. So to be able to cover the right use case properly, we need something new. So in 2.5, the idea is that we make a technology choice for a new metric backend that allows us to cover the right use case I talked about. We want to design the target architecture and want to do the first integration. So we have the system in Checkmk. To put some use to it, we have the graph designer, as you may know in Checkmk, and we want to use the new backend as a data source for it. With that, you can create graphs based on the OpenTelemetry data in the way you want the graphs to be, with the data you have in the backend. And you can add these graphs to your dashboards. The OpenTelemetry monitoring will work as before, but we want to make the data storage mechanism make it some use of the new backend. Now, when we talk about metrics, of course, in Checkmk, there are the host and service metrics. And looking forward, it does not make sense to maintain two metric backends. That's two technologies, two tech stacks, and so on, quite complex. Looking from the internal perspective. And looking from the user side, it can be at some point that the one approach has certain features and the other has certain features. In the end, we want to enable combined use cases of the OpenTelemetry data, of the service metrics, and the host metrics. So the idea is that we transition somehow, that we get some experience in the 2.5 with a new backend. We have some use cases there. You can make some use of it. You can also give us feedback on how it works, how it scales, and so on. And once we're sure that we can make the transition, that we can deal with that, with the different scales of Checkmk in the right way, then we will prepare for the move of the old metric backend, the RD-based backend, to the new metric backend. And even in the 2.6, this will likely be an optional step, or at least a delayed step, so that we have a smooth transition for everyone. So, in conclusion, we are now working towards a full-stack monitoring and observability platform for the hybrid world. And we do it together with you. Thank you.
Ich glaube, wenn du noch mal eins weiterklickst, dann habt ihr auch die Fragen.
Ja, klick.
All right. We have actually 40 questions. I'm pretty sure we will not be able to answer all of them, but let's get started and try to answer as many as possible. The first one is there a plan to create some kind of public status dashboard, especially in the light of the fact that you're planning to remove the auto login?
Great question. Yes, we look into the repercussions of creating a public status dashboard. It's not that easy, at least that's what our security guys tells us. So basically, it's we look into it, but security-wise, it's a difficult topic to tackle, and I cannot promise anything for 2.5.
Then there's a question on AI. Is it planned to integrate Gen AI more deeply into Checkmk so that you can ask questions like how often was host X down in the last 30 days?
So Jan told me yesterday that we can get to hire another team now because he somehow found the money. And so our idea is basically now we have this thing we want to basically do on top of Checkmk, beyond what we have already promised on the roadmap, and to do so, need more people. And so therefore our plan is actually to build another team which does these things so that we can get all these AI features into Checkmk. The chatbot was the first step, because for all AI interactions you need an interface, you need a chat interface. And that was the first step. And now it's just basically enriching that chat interface with a lot of other agents which can do it. So eventually will come, don't know when, I think sooner than later rather.
Then unfortunately Melina and Francesco are not here because the next one is maybe more for our marketing team. When will we get a merch store?
Yeah, Melina.
Let's see. Let's get back to the product. Are there any improvements planned for BI?
Nope.
No.
Not this release. I really hope that next release we can get it done. I mean, there will be, I think, we can make some of the things which are easy. Like, I think the topic of stale services in BI is something which we can consider doing. But I think what you probably are talking about is an entire rework of the configuration of the BI. And that is a challenge. But now with our new frameworks, I think it can get possible. But it's definitely too big for 2.5. I think it might be on the table for 2.6.
Then I think, Martin, you talked about Proxmox. And in that light, there's the question whether this will also be officially supported for the virtual appliance.
So the officially supported platform for virtual appliance is Proxmox and vSphere, I think, right? And now in the next 2-3 weeks, it will also be Hyper-V. So the answer is yes. And I think we're using it ourselves, right? I mean, I'm not in the IT team, so I don't know. Yeah.
Then there's a comment on dashboards. Some more love for them. For example, make them scrollable, implement variable menus. Is this something you have in mind?
I mean, we definitely will touch the dashboards, and we will touch them definitely heavily. So making them scrollable, probably, as I said, the grid mode will be like an alternative mode. So it's not basically that we say the normal dashboard as you know it is then suddenly scrollable and doesn't adapt anymore, because we feel like then we are killing another use case, which you do not want to do. So it will probably like a second mode for dashboards, which is then specifically called like the grid mode. And there the grid mode is scrollable and adapting then based on what device you are looking at the dashboard from. Variables menu, maybe, maybe not. I cannot promise anything there.
All right, then there's a question if someone or a customer, most likely with a bigger infrastructure, has a Checkmk test system. Is there a way, or is it planned to implement a feature to transfer rules? Maybe from that test system to production.
So I guess when we have to answer, is it planned, then not. So is it useful? Yeah, of course. And there are definitely users out there which are doing such things with their own mechanisms to synchronize things. So it's definitely possible using rsync. And if I remember correctly, there were also discussions in the forum about it and people exchanging ideas. Maybe you can find something there.
But you can maybe speak maybe 1-2 words about what we do in QA roughly, because I mean in the end we do a lot of testing now, and we also at some point discussed, I mean if we get your configuration then we can do better tests, but that's more Lars's topic. And maybe he answers or maybe he doesn't.
Sorry, the audio is quite confusing here. Sorry.
Then we have a question on the new probe that is planned. Will the probe cache data if the uplink is unavailable?
Yeah, so we go in, let's say, a few milestones, and in the let's say internal first milestone, we don't have that, but it's definitely planned to have some room to compensate broken uplinks. Makes sense. For that to properly work, if you think about it, we do the fetching at some point, and then maybe half an hour later, we have the data in the Checkmk side where it's then coming into the checkers. And if there's anything time sensible in the data, we somehow need to compute with that. And internally, Checkmk is not well prepared for that, so we need some groundwork first before we can land that. But it's definitely considered and, of course, a useful feature we want to build.
All right. You mentioned a new metrics backend. Kurt is curious which technologies are you considering for this?
Yeah, so if we would already know, I guess we would hint at that somehow. So we actually started the project a few days ago, so it's very early in the exploration phase. We have some ideas, some lists of technologies we could use, and we now explore, evaluate them, try them out, look at the various parameters we need to consider. So it's a bit early to say.
All right. Martin, you mentioned that we will, MK Oracle will be rewritten in non-bash. What about the Checkmk agent itself?
Yeah, so ongoing discussion, I guess, since 15 years or something. Will not be answered this year, and let's see whether we will change something next year. But so far, the agent will stay the way it is. And of course, we have ongoing discussions for various reasons, and we will keep discussing that.
Another question to the new backend coming up, which is not really kind of started yet, but I guess I'm not sure whether you can answer it, whether there will be a migration of historic data.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure, I guess. The point here is that you have a lot of data, a lot of metrics, and you would, so we would not want to implement something that somehow pulls data from there or there, depending on the point in time. So there will definitely be some migration, but when we do it, of course, there needs to be a lot of data transported in the new backend. So that needs to work in a way where you can continue doing the monitoring while the migration is somehow running. Also not easy to build, but when we will deliver a migration mechanism, that will be somehow like that.
There's another idea or question on dashboards, looking at Torsten. Will drill down dashboards be finally available?
So during our discovery for the dashboards, we also had a lot of time, or spent a lot of time looking at the drill down. And there are various aspects to the drill down itself. So some of those aspects will definitely be improved in 2.5. If this covers your particular use case, I don't know, because I think from the question it doesn't get entirely clear. So probably hit me up later, and then we can talk about what the specific use case is, and if it is considered, and if we could consider it.
I think if Harry Hirsch is the person I think he is, then I have, unfortunately, I think not so great news, because we discussed it, exactly that use case, and it's one of the use cases which we scratched from the list. And you can punch me afterwards, okay?
All right. Are there any plans about automatically delete rules when the corresponding MKP is deleted?
Yeah, so not so far. One common problem is that you will also, or may experience when you go from the 2.3 to 2.4, that you have to upgrade some MKP, disable that temporarily while you keep having the rules somewhere in the configuration. When you then do apply your new MKP, the rules are still there, and then there's some conflict because the rules were not migrated. So far, people are then maybe executing the CMK update config to migrate the rules. And what we want to change there is that when you upload the new MKP, that the rules are automatically transformed so that you don't have to worry about this. Whether we will add some delete option when you upload that at some point, not decided or discussed yet, but I guess the migration will also make the thing work for you. But you can do it from the GUI now. You can do it from the GUI now? Okay. Good.
A licensing question. Is it planned to include the probe hosts to the enterprise license?
No. So planned not to do.
it's planned to not be in the enterprise edition.
That's a good one, Martin. What will happen to all the unanswered questions in Slido?
So the good thing is I moved most of them which are roadmap related now back in before the talk. So a lot of them should be back in if they are not answered. If I feel the time tonight to answer them, I might, but I think it might make more sense if you write me an email or do something for a specific question, because some of them are more related towards, does it work like that? Can you do that in Checkmk already? You can send me emails before I go on vacation, which will be rather soon, and then I might answer them. Or you just create a support ticket and ask our support colleagues, because they can also answer most of these things. If they're roadmap related, they are all back in.
As moderator, how much more question can we take?
3 minutes.
Sorry?
3 minutes we have.
3 minutes? All right. Then let's try to get at least 1 or 2 more questions answered.
I can answer that one.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, because it's actually, we never put REST API endpoints on the roadmap. They always happen. And the thing is, like, it always happens when there's a new developer who starts at the company, who gets into the REST API, they actually get as a task to create a new REST API endpoint family. And that's how it typically works. And that's, I don't know if you've planned any new developers in the respective teams, but that's how they typically end up. And if they do it, I think they now know which endpoints to do, right?
Yes, I think there are a couple of endpoints which we now like to address. And in 2.5, you can expect various endpoints. If it actually covers that particular one, I cannot promise, but there will be definitely more endpoints available in 2.5 as well.
All right. Different time ranges in dashboards. Will there be the option to get 2 different time frames of a graph in one dashboard? For example, 4 hours and 24 hours.
I would actually say probably. So I don't see any reason why not. If it makes sense to you, I mean, probably you will be able to do it in 2.5, yes.
I think you can already do that.
Yeah, maybe very hard, but I think in 2.5 it will be much easier.
But you can already do it today, I think. It's not nice, but I think it works. Okay, it doesn't? Then let's talk.
Maybe it's a bug.
All right, and then maybe 2 more questions on the probe. Robert, your question first. Does the probe have a pull mechanism like the agent updater for its config updates?
So how in the detail that will work? I mean, I talked about the establishing the network channels that will be done from the probe to the SaaS side. Then we have kind of an established channel. And typically, your configuration changes happen in the SaaS instance. You do it there, and then you have the event there, and then we push over the configuration change. When the probe is not reachable in case of an uplink outage or something, then of course we need mechanisms to compensate that, so that when the probe comes up again, that you get the config updated. How exactly this will work, we don't know yet, but definitely a point we need to consider.
And to follow up on that, the question by Gerd on this probe being described as a light container, does that mean that the users still have to manage the Linux OS and or Docker Podman underneath?
Yeah, so as I said, we envision a very simple use case for the users. So the idea is that there's no maintenance burden on the user's shoulders. For the development to get somehow started, we start with a container and build everything with that. And there will, in that initial milestone, be steps that you would need to take to update the probe, for example. But in the end, the vision is to have a low maintenance component there that you deploy once, and ideally do everything then from the SaaS probe in terms of config updates and also in terms of software updates. But how exactly and when we deliver what needs to be seen.
All right. Thanks again for the outlook to the future of Checkmk, answering that many questions. We are now out of time, and as said, if questions are unanswered, just like write Martin or try to reach out, and we will try to get an answer to you. Thank you.
Hello, one last time from my side. Really happy that we're closing now. I need to be honest, this has been my favorite conference so far, ever actually. So I'm really happy that you all came from all over the place. I know we have people here from Japan, from Brazil, but also from Munich and the area. So thank you very, very much for making all the way here, engaging, sharing the vibes that we have. And yeah, handing over to Jan.
Very good. Last 4 minutes, time to also say thank you to the team. It's a huge team who organizes this conference, and it's a huge community who participates in actually presenting these talks to you. If we can spare, I would ask for 4 rounds of applause. The first round is actually for those who are guest presenters. This conference would be boring if it was only the Checkmk team presenting. What makes it interesting, there are customers who take the time, community members who take the time, partners who take the time, as we heard very often in the evening, to actually get together the stuff, come on stage, prepare, present. A big thank you to everyone. Yeah.
And next to our guest presenters, we of course had many colleagues presenting this year, really many. Many faces you know, some were new, so I'm really happy that all of you made the time and prepare amazing speeches for the audience.
Yeah. Thank you also especially to Martin. Martin was our host for the last 2 days. He's also the master content producer of this conference. Many people produce content. He does a lot of the content work. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Richard, for being a co-host for all the sessions. Great you did it. Yeah.
And while many people of you will leave today to go home or maybe enjoy your weekend in Munich, we have a third day tomorrow that are the workshops. So also thanks already in advance to guest speakers for tomorrow, but also Checkmk speakers managing our workshops on day 3.
So last but not least, there is a team that prepares all of this for you. They have other things to do during the year, but in the end, this is our flagship event, if you want. And it's the brand and field marketing team on the one side, and then it's a cross-functional team of many people to support. I don't know if everyone comes on stage now or not. Yeah. Someone dares to do it?
Yes.
Yes,
you
so
can
let's
come
do it.
on stage, please.
So can you please come?
Frankie, Nina, Lena. Come.
Good, and you have to hurry up because we have a small present for everyone. I start with the ladies. Thank you.
Lena.
Thank you.
Nina.
Thank you. I hurry up. Yeah, my. Thanks. There's the next
we
one.
We will distribute them afterwards, I think.
Thank you. Good.
Squeeze in,
now we do the fast round. Okay, Jonas.
I think you have 2 more minutes, right?
Yeah, we do that. Oh, we forgot one lady. Very sorry. And here, off you go, man.
A bit
Thanks
closer,
a lot.
Closer,
huh?
closer, closer, closer.
So, and then...
Oh. You got it, you got it. Okay.
Yeah. Last but not least, Melina leads the team, as you know, and we give her every year a very simple objective: do the best conference ever every year. And I think this was the best conference ever. Thank you very much for exceeding our expectations every time.
Thank you. Well,
good. I see on our clock we have 3 seconds left. So after Checkmk Conference 11 comes Checkmk Conference
12.
12.
I can count. And we have a date for that very early. So next year we hope to see you back here on June 16 to 18. Looking forward.
Mark
And
your
thank you
calendars.
very, very much.
Perfect. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And that's it. Thank you so very much for everyone who joined us online for these 2 days from all over the world. I know that some of you even joined, even though it was very late at night, and it was amazing to have you here, and it's always my pleasure. I'm very grateful for all your hellos from different countries, and I'm very, very grateful, and it's really my pleasure to be here with you. We hope to see you in the community. Always to stay in touch in the forum, on the community calls. Please do participate in user surveys, because that's how we make Checkmk better, and it will not be the same without you, all of our diverse users from all over the world. Have a great evening, and as always, happy monitoring.